puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang.
Please welcome our Master of Ceremonies for today, Professor Juan Miguel Luz, Dean of the Stephen Zuellig Graduate School of Development Management of the Asian Institute of Management.
Good morning. I have the privilege this morning of introducing His Excellency Ambassador Hugh Lee of the Embassy of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines, who will give the welcoming remarks. Prior to his post here in the Philippines, Ambassador Lee was Deputy Minister for Planning and Coordination in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His previous positions include being Secretary to the President for Foreign Affairs, the Minister for the Korean Embassy in Japan, the Director General for the Department of Asian and Pacific Studies at the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Director General for the Asian and Pacific Affairs Bureau. He has been working in the government for 34 years and has served in 3 other countries aside from the Philippines. These are Japan, the People's Republic of China, and Poland. He received his Bachelor of Arts in Economics from Korea University, studied at Keio University in Tokyo, and was a research fellow at Georgetown University, Washington, D.C. in 2007. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency, Ambassador Hugh Lee.
Honorable Secretary Albert Del Rosario, Ambassador Lilia de Albert, former Secretary of the FA, Ambassador Evan Garcia, Undersecretary for Police, Ambassador Luis Cruz, Assistant Secretary for ASEAN Affairs, Ambassador Elizabeth Buen Suteko, Permanent Representative of the Philippines to the ASEAN, Dr. Stephen Ducray, President of AIM, Professor Juan Miguel Luz, Dean of the AIM Stephen Zuellig Graduate School of Development Management, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the Academy, distinguished speakers, moderators, and guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before anything else, I'm so honored to have Secretary Del Rosario with us today, and I would like to express my deepest gratitude to him for joining us today despite his extremely busy schedule. I believe all of us present here this morning are certainly looking forward to hearing his keynote address, where he will share his vision about the topic of this conference, that is, envisioning the future of partnership between the Philippines and Korea within the ASEAN. I would also like to thank the Asian Institute of Management for superbly organizing this event. As the hub of future leaders of government and industry, the AIM is in the best position to spearhead the very ideals that this conference embodies. This event is actually part of our preparations for the 2014 ASEAN Republic of Korea Commemorative Summit, which will be held on December 11 to 12 in Busan. The summit is expected to elevate Korea-ASEAN relations to new heights. And so, it is my honor to welcome you all today, for I'm truly delighted to be in the company of professionals who have a keen eye on the future of East Asian region and the role it will play on the international stage. In the global village that has grown during the past half-century, relations among countries bear greater significance in the prosperity of individual nations as well as the region's peace and security. This is especially true because these are times where cooperation among nations has never been more important in the pursuit of common goals. The closer countries in a particular region work together, the bigger the potential for common success. Conversely, the lack of such mutuality will surely lead to the decline of the whole region. East Asia happens to be one of the most dynamic areas in the world. The prevailing sentiment is that the future of the world lies with this region. Hence, for almost half a century, this confident energy has been effectively and positively harnessed by the ASEAN. As the political, economic, and social-cultural organization of countries in Southeast Asia, the ASEAN has guided its members toward a peaceful environment, economic growth, social progress, and social-cultural evolution. Furthermore, it has been playing a central role in leading the nations of East Asia closer to each other by initiating ASEAN Plus 3, the East Asian Summit, and the ASEAN Regional Forum, etc. With this initiative, the ASEAN also envisions the idea of an East Asian community, which encompasses not only Korea, China, and Japan, but also other countries beyond its boundaries, such as the US, Russia, India, and the Oceanian nations of Australia and New Zealand. Of course, all these ideas are in harmony with Korea's vision of the future. Thus, although Korea is not part of the ASEAN, we have been having dialogue with the association since 1989. It is just appropriate considering that Korea has been cultivating relationships with its neighbors, including the Philippines, of course, which is one of the founding members of the ASEAN. For your information, the ASEAN is Korea's second largest trading partner and foreign investment destination. As such, it is also the most popular region for tourism. About 4 million Koreans visit ASEAN countries annually, 25 of whom end up enjoying the hospitality and beauty of the Philippines. With such close ties between the Philippines and Korea, it is imperative for our countries to work more closely together in the near future. After all, among all ASEAN member states, the Philippines is geographically the nearest country to Korea. Potentially, our nation can develop the closest relations, not only because of physical proximity, but because of the many things that we have in common. These include a capable and well-educated people, high regard for family values, and shared aspirations to have a better future. Thus, the planned integration of the ASEAN necessitates a heightened state of deeper cooperation. I believe this conference is the excellent forum for assessing and exploring the direction that our two nations must take vis-à-vis the ASEAN community. Finally, as I mentioned at the outset, this conference is being held as a precursor to the commemorative summit in Busan. I have no doubt that the outcome of this seminar will contribute to the success of the summit, which celebrates 25 years of dialogue relations between ASEAN and Korea. I'm confident that what we will accomplish today will serve to further cooperation between our two nations. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Lee. As the Dean of the Asian Institute of Management, I welcome you to the Institute. Today we are honored to host this special forum with the Embassy of the Republic of Korea in the Philippines. This is in fact the second forum that we are holding. This one is entitled Envisioning the Future Partnership between Korea and the Philippines within ASEAN. The forum aims to identify the direction and promotion of current strategic partnerships through political, economic, and cultural approaches, the three pillars of ASEAN. We will have 3 sessions today, each dedicated to a pillar of ASEAN, with 2 speakers in each panel, one from Korea and one from the Philippines. This will be moderated by core faculty members of the Asian Institute of Management. This morning we are honored to have as our keynote speaker the Honorable Albert F. Del Rosario, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Philippines. Secretary Del Rosario has worked for both the private sector and government. He took his oath of office before President Benigno S. Aquino III on the 24th of February 2011. Prior to his appointment, Secretary Del Rosario's business career spanned a vast field which included insurance, banking, real estate, shipping, telecommunications, consumer products, retail, pharmaceutical, and food industries, among others. He is a member of the board and director of various firms before entering public service as the Philippine Ambassador to the United States in Washington, D.C. As Philippine Ambassador to the U.S., he was instrumental in securing U.S. funding assistance for the Philippines, as well as bilateral cooperation in counterterrorism and peace and development in Mindanao. He also was instrumental in bringing in investments in the country's business process outsourcing industry and providing greater access for Philippine exports. His enduring legacy, which continues to benefit the Philippines, includes the formation of the Philippines-U.S. Congressional Friendship, composed of over 80 legislators from the U.S. House of Representatives, retaining the Philippines in the list of approved and investment locations in CalPERS, or the California Public Employees Retirement System. He has been involved in the development of the reform program for the Armed Forces of the Philippines and was a pioneer of the Ambassador Consuls General tour of the Philippines. He has been conferred a number of honors by the Philippine government. These include the Order of Sikatuna, rank of Datu, as well as the EDSA II, EDSA II Heroes Award, in recognition of his efforts in promoting Philippine democracy. He also received the Philippine Army Award from former President, the late President Corazon Aquino, for his initiatives as chairman of the Makati Foundation for Education in 1991. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Secretary Albert Del Rosario.
Good morning, Honorable Ambassador Lee Yuk, the Honorable Delia Albert, my former boss, former Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Professor Juan Miguel Luz, Dean of the AIM Stephen Zuellig Graduate School of Development Management, distinguished guests from the Diplomatic Corps, academia and industry, my colleagues in the DFA, other Philippine government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset thank the organizers of this important event, the Embassy of the Republic of Korea and the Asian Institute of Management, for the privilege of discussing with you today the future partnership between the Philippines and the Republic of Korea within ASEAN. This indeed is an auspicious time to meet, as the year marks the 65th anniversary of bilateral relations and the 25th anniversary of ASEAN Republic of Korea dialogue relations. The Philippines and Korea are sister democracies We're facing the same threats and challenges of an evolving region. At the same time, we are committed to improving the lives of our peoples through good governance, respect for human rights, and adherence to the rule of law. Today, our bilateral relations are comprehensive, robust, and multifaceted. As a result of the reforms initiated by the Aquino administration, the Philippines is now a much better economy, much stronger, and capable of greater cooperation in all fields with Korea. Korea is already our fifth largest trading partner, as mentioned earlier by the good ambassador, sixth largest investment partner, seventh biggest ODA partner, and our number one source of tourists, making up for a quarter of all tourist arrivals for 8 years running. In almost 7 decades, this comprehensive partnership has evolved from a shared experience of fighting for freedom to supporting economic reforms and promoting regional peace, security, and stability. In March 1949, the Philippines became the fifth country to formally recognize and establish diplomatic ties with Korea, which quickly developed into a deep friendship with an unshakable and lasting foundation. In 1953, my country was still recovering from the devastation of the Second World War. Though we had little to give, when the call from the United Nations and our Korean friends came, my countrymen were among the first contingents to respond, knowing we were fighting for the ideals of freedom, peace, and democracy. In the course of the next 5 years, over 7,000 Filipino soldiers would be brothers in arms with the Korean people, risking their lives, with about 120 soldiers making the ultimate sacrifice. We deeply appreciate at this time that more than 6 decades hence, a 500-strong humanitarian team from the Korean Engineering Brigade, known as the Aral Contingent, has been spreading much hope and goodwill by continuously assisting in the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the areas devastated by Super Typhoon Haiyan in Leyte. Korea has also become one of the Philippines' most active partners in defense and security cooperation, rooted in a common desire for greater peace and stability in our region. Apart from our defense, our bilateral trade, investments, development cooperation, and growing people-to-people exchanges between the two countries have grown exponentially. On defense, the MOU signed during the state visit of President Benigno Aquino III in October 2013 provides more opportunities to expand and strengthen our security engagement. And as we continue the modernization of our armed forces, Korea plays a very significant role in capability building. On trade, Korea was the Philippines' fifth largest trading partner in 2013, accounting for about 7% of the country's total trade with the rest of the world at $7.89 billion, a figure that has grown by an annual average of 13.43% in the last 5 years. While balance of trade remains in favor of Korea, the Philippines is taking advantage of promising opportunities to narrow that gap. On investments, Korea remains the fifth leading investor in the Philippines, with substantial investments in a broad range of sectors that have generated valuable employment and opportunities for technology transfer. In 2013, Korea invested more than 8.5 billion pesos, with over 72% primarily earmarked for the manufacturing industry. For the first half of 2014, Korean investors continued to grow and have shown confidence in the Philippines with 1.5 billion pesos worth of total approved foreign investments. On development cooperation, Korea has become one of the Philippines' most important donors and providers of development assistance in infrastructure, transportation, communications, agriculture, energy, technical assistance, and human resource development. Our cultural and people-to-people exchanges further add to the reservoir of goodwill between our two nations. Since 2006, Korea has been the Philippines' top source of tourists, reaching a new peak in 2013 with 1.2 million arrivals. Korea is also our major source of foreign retirees and students. More than 100,000 Koreans have chosen to take up residence in the Philippines as of 2013. Approximately 50,000 Filipinos in turn now live in Korea as members of the academe and the workforce. Many have also settled and started families there, having married Korean nationals. With growing numbers of Filipinos and Koreans living in each other's countries, we remain firmly committed to the mutual protection of the welfare of our nationals. From K-pop to Korean cuisine and television dramas, the Hallyu wave as a cultural enterprise and a tool for diplomatic statecraft has been widely felt in the Philippines. There are testaments to the significant achievements of both our countries in enhancing mutual understanding and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, where do we see Philippine-Korean relations headed for the future? It is of little doubt that the future of Philippine-Korean relations is promising and full of potential in every aspect. We envision the future of our bilateral cooperation to focus on the following priority areas, however. Number one, defense and security. We look forward to Korea's positive contributions to the emerging regional security architecture. Number two, trade and investments. We continue to offer the Philippines as a gateway to Korea's economic engagement in ASEAN. Number three, science and technology. We push for greater cooperation in ICT, green technology, and food security. Number four, human capital development. We pursue academic and technical exchanges in various fields of cooperation. Number five, development assistance. We hope to increase our physical connectivity through various modalities such as public-private partnerships and infrastructure development. Number six, disaster risk reduction and management. We promote best practices and explore innovations in DRRM to combat the effects of climate change. These priorities are intended to be further discussed through our bilateral consultative mechanisms. Our aspirations and goals also become more attainable when pursued within the ambit of Korea's engagement with ASEAN. On ASEAN-Korean cooperation, decades of dialogue and cooperation have affirmed that our future are inextricably linked. As one of ASEAN's valuable dialogue partners, Korea has consistently supported our community-building efforts to achieve our overarching goal of a people-centered, inclusive, and progressive ASEAN. We're confident that Korea will continue to be actively engaged in pursuing ASEAN's post-2015 development agenda. Korea is keenly aware of ASEAN's value proposition, a politically cohesive $2.3 trillion economically integrated, socially responsible and rules-based regional bloc that will benefit not only the more than 600 million citizens of ASEAN, but also its partners and stakeholders. The Philippines-Korea partnership contributes to the continued progress development of international norms, and these include the non-use of force or threat of force, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the primacy of international law, consensus, and non-interference. We carried these out through our commitment to regional treaties and engagements at the East Asia Summit and the ASEAN Regional Forum. On the economic front, we will build our common future by strengthening our links based on our shared interests and values. Towards this end, we will enhance the major pillars of our economic cooperation, including the ASEAN-Korea Free Trade Area Agreement and Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. And finally, ASEAN and Korea are jointly committed to addressing emerging, cross-cutting, non-traditional threats such as pandemics, transnational crimes, and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a proud tradition of friendship and cooperation on which to anchor our future aspirations. In this spirit, the Philippine government is committed to further raising the bar of our engagement, underpinned by an open dialogue and closer cooperation. Our forum today will certainly contribute in attaining this important objective. We, Korea and the Philippines, are natural partners by geography, by affinity, and by necessity. It is the Philippines' objective to pursue a comprehensive strategic partnership with the Republic of Korea to jointly benefit our respective future in our region. I'm confident that the ASEAN-Korea partnership will help achieve the vision of an inclusive, people-centered community that can address the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Secretary Albert Del Rosario. Secretary Del Rosario will be leaving, taking his leave on the forum. There's a cabinet meeting this morning in Malacanang. Our first session today is on politics and is entitled Revisiting the Partnership of Korea and the Philippines as a Member of ASEAN and Exploring Ways to the Future. Please welcome our moderator for the first session, Professor Federico Boch-Macaranas, who is the co-director for the ASEAN 2015 project here at the Asian Institute of Management. Professor Macaranas will introduce his panel.
Thank you very much, Dean Mike Luz. May I call on my two panelists to join me in the dais. Ambassador Elizabeth Buensuceso, Dr. Lee Jae-hyun, please join me on stage. Thank you very much once again, and good morning to everyone. This is the first panel, and the aim of this session is to discuss the partnership between Korea and the Philippines as Asian neighbors and how their long history of political, economic, and defense-related cooperation has strengthened this relationship over time. With the advent of globalization, the Philippines is, as a member of ASEAN, is gearing towards the integration with the AEC. And this transformation is going to set the directions and influence existing relationships. There is a need to revisit Korea-Philippine partnership in the context of ASEAN in order to assess the current state, celebrate accomplishments, and determine the future direction of the roles of Korea and the Philippines in furthering developing our bilateral Korean-ASEAN relations. Our first speaker is Dr. Lee Jae-hyun, who is a research fellow in the Center for Regional Studies and is a director for the Department of External Relations at the ASEAN Institute for Policy Studies. Previously, he was a research fellow at the Korean Institute of Southeast Asian Studies and a visiting professor at at the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security, or IFANS, in the Korean National Diplomatic Academy. Dr. Lee's research focuses on Southeast Asian politics and international relations, East Asian regional cooperation, and non-traditional and human security issues. His recent publications include Transnatural Disasters and Environmental Issues in East Asia, Current Situation and the Way Forward in the Perspective of Regional Cooperation, and Political Crisis After Democratization in South Korea and Thailand, Comparative Perspectives of Democratic Consolidation. Dr. Lee received a bachelor's and master's degree from Yonsei University and doctoral in politics from Murdoch University in Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lee Jae-yong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Zuellig Lee from ASEAN Institute for Policy Studies. I'm not sure why, but in the program, my affiliation has been typed in the wrong way. But as you can see, I'm from the ASEAN Institute for Policy Studies. Okay, I first have to say thank you to the AIM and Korean Embassy here in Manila. I'm so honored to be a part of this a great seminar today. Basically, my presentation is more about the regional security and strategic issues and how the ASEAN and Korea can work together to solve regional security problems. How many minutes do I have? 15 minutes. Okay, these are my main points. First, I have to go through bilateral relations between Korea and Philippines a little bit, and then I'll move on. Basically, I'll talk about the regional stretching measures as a cooperation item between Korea and ASEAN, and then I will examine the regional security and strategic landscape first, and how the superpowers and regional powers working on the regional security issues. And then, what is the current trend in the strategic measures means for the small and medium countries, regional countries in the East Asia, and then what we can do together to fix the problem that I identify in my presentation. And then, my main argument is that Korea and ASEAN should work together to strengthen the multilateral security cooperation in the region. Okay, I'll go through a few points about the Korea and Philippine bilateral relations. Already, Ambassador Lee and Secretary Foreign Affairs has gone through all the details of bilateral relations between Korea and the Philippines. So I try to avoid any. In terms of political security and diplomatic ties, Philippines is the first country that we made a diplomatic tie among the Southeast Asian countries. The diplomatic tie was made in 1949. Then, as Secretary mentioned, Philippines sent their troops to the Korean War, and we put our hands together in the Vietnamese War. And in terms of the top-level visit, the presidential visit, since the 2000, every president, Korean president and Philippine president, have visited Korea and Philippines. And Korea and Philippines, we are the partners, important partners in the major regional multilateral frameworks, including ARF, ADM+, ASEAN+3, EAS, APEC, and so on. Okay, I think the later presenters, Professor Park Bun-soon and And other presenters will cover the economic and social-cultural ties between Korea, ASEAN, Korea-Philippine. But I have to mention a few points here, focusing on the Korean, South Korea. The Filipino community is the second largest community among the ASEAN countries in South Korea. We have more than 40,000 Filipinos in South Korea. The American migrants and laborers. Among the ASEAN visitors to South Korea, Philippines is the number one. We have 0.4 million. That is 400,000 people, Filipinos visiting South Korea every year. And it was mentioned already a few times. The Philippines is the second ASEAN destination for Korea, over 1 million people every year. This is just a brief summary of Korea-Philippine bilateral relations. Now from here, these are my main points. When it comes to security and political cooperation, there are many items. We already talked about non-traditional security and hard security issues and strategic issues and all that. But I will focus on political security cooperation, especially focusing on strategic issues. Already ASEAN and Korea has such extensive relations, economic relations, and in terms of social-cultural exchange and relations and cooperation, it's always going on, and it takes time to build, solid basis for cultural and social cooperation. But beyond economic cooperation, I believe this political and security cooperation is the way to level up or upgrade our relation with ASEAN countries and the Philippines as well. Basically, I see there is a major power rivalry or competition going on in the East Asia. I will go through the country by country. First, China. China today is not the China in the 1990s and early 2000s. In the 1990s and 2000s, China was more cautious, and they invested a lot in multilateral cooperation. They tried to build confidence among Southeast Asian countries or Northeast Asian countries. But now, China is much stronger than before and more assertive, more confident. So at the moment, China is increasing bilateral relations with the regional countries. China, on one hand, has its own stick, and on the other hand, it's a carrot. What I mean by carrot is economic assistance and economic cooperation with the regional countries. By stick, what I mean is the Chinese assertive attitude to other regional countries, including South China Sea. And increasingly, China trying to solve all these problems in bilateral ways, rather than multilateral ways. When China investing multilateralism at the moment is the multilateral cooperation China is investing is built on its own principle and its own way and its own rule, including AIIB and the Xi Jinping's proposal of a new Asian security framework in the CICA meeting this year. The US, what the US is doing in the region? The United States pivot or rebalancing policy at the moment is not the pivot policy in the 2010 and 2011. In the early days of US rebalancing and pivot, the Secretary Clinton has maintained the United States wants to engage with the regional countries in economic and multilateralism. For economy, it's TPP basically. And for multilateralism, the United States maintain, the US supports the new multilateralism in East Asia. But they are now gone. The US is increasing its bilateral and military cooperation with the regional countries. The target of US increasing bilateral military cooperation includes the US traditional allies such as Australia, Japan, Korea, and some countries in Southeast Asia. And the US, if you look at the QDR 2014, US announced that it will station this 60% of its naval asset in the Asia Pacific. And then multilateralism, the emphasis on multilateralism and the economic engagement in the early days of people has gone, and there is a growing emphasis on bilateral relation with regional countries. And also the Middle East distraction, the case such as Syria, Iran nuclear deal, and Egyptian problem, and recently ISIS, they are distracting the US attention in the Asia Pacific region. Other regional powers, including Japan, Australia. If you look at the Japan situation at the moment, Japan is strongly subscribing the US strategy of people, and it's going beyond the people, and trying hard to contain China. And this year in July, the Japanese cabinet meeting passed a decision on the collective self-defense. The intention is that Japan, through this collective self-defense, is strongly support U.S. people policy and dreaming of defending itself against any threat from China or any other regional countries when the U.S. cannot project its power into the region in coming years. Australia is also another strong supporter of U.S. people policy, and this current administration, Tony Abbott's administration, is a strong follower of the U.S. people policy, and they are maintaining the new concept called the Indo-Pacific. It starts from the west coast of the United States and reach to the east coast of India. It includes all the countries from the United States to India, and putting Australia at the center of this concept. And between Japan and Australia, there's a strong relations, military and security cooperation. Australia and US is the same, and the US-Japan has a strong security cooperation. And it probably will go reach to Australia, Japan, US, sort of a trilateral cooperation, security and political cooperation, probably, presumably, containing China. So now, the regional countries are doing all these, major powers are doing all these actions, and what's the situation of multilateral cooperation and multilateralism in the Asia Pacific region? We proudly built ARF, ASEAN Plus 3, and EAS, and all that. These multilateral frameworks have served the interest of the regional countries very well for a long time. The regional countries, small and medium countries, have tried to socialize and restrain the superpowers through these multilateral frameworks, and trying to change the perception and try to build confidence among regional countries. But if you look at the situation at the moment, the growing trend of bilateral attempt by the superpowers, this means narrowing room for maneuver of small and medium countries in the region, like many of ASEAN countries and South Korea, and decreasing autonomy, the strategic autonomy of small and medium countries in the region. As you well know, ASEAN countries have long cherished its foreign policy and strategic autonomy. The narrowing room for multilateral cooperation, multilateral framework, means the decreasing autonomy of regional countries. This does not bode well for, bode well for regional small and medium countries such as South Korea and many of ASEAN countries. So, I would like to propose a cooperation item, the strengthening strategic dialogue between ASEAN countries and South Korea. We have to first, 10 minutes. Sure. First, we have to table our strategic concern. What strategic concern every country of ASEAN and South Korea has? We have to table them. We have to table them and we have to discuss what kind of worries the regional small and medium countries have. And we can make potentially a consensus, strategic consensus out of these discussions. Fortunately, we already have a framework for this strategic dialogue. Last year, the leaders of ASEAN and South Korea agreed to build security dialogue between Korea and ASEAN. I would like to propose that the leaders has to make this occasion as a tool to revive multilateral cooperation and multilateral framework in the East Asia. Through this, we have to cope with strategic pressure, and we have to find a way to restrain or manage the sport power competition or rivalry, which is putting pressure on regional countries. In this framework, the Korea and ASEAN security dialogue, we can discuss issues like this, our common security and strategic concern. First, we can talk about, of course, Korean Peninsula issues, and from ASEAN's perspective, we can discuss about South China's issues, but that's not all. More important item for this strategic dialogue is this, we have to discuss strategic landscape. How do we see this sport power rivalry or strategic landscape in this region? And we have to discuss and find a way how to revive multilateral cooperation in this region, such as ASEAN Plus 3 or EAS or ARF and so on. And then secondly, we can talk about non-traditional security issues. How do we cooperate in the items of non-traditional security? Fortunately, my next speaker will cover a little bit on, I hope, on this non-traditional security cooperation. And then we can discuss the individual security concerns, such as Korean Peninsula issues and South China issues. Okay, this is probably the end of my presentation, but I will briefly recap what I mentioned in my presentation. There is a growing competition of regional major powers and sport powers, which necessarily narrows the room for maneuvering of small and medium countries such as ASEAN and Korea. Then we have to work on this. The best way is to revive multilateral security cooperation in this region, such as ARF, ASEAN Plus 3, and EAS. Then, taking the opportunity of ASEAN-Korea security dialogue, leaders dialogue, we can discuss our own strategic concern, and we can find a consensus how to revive multilateral cooperation in this region. Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Focusing on the military security angle as a start of the bilateral Philippine-Korea and the ASEAN-Korea relations as the foundation for other relations, I think is a good way of tabling our interests in the future of Korea and the Philippines as a member of ASEAN. We are now privileged to be hearing from our second speaker, Her Excellency Ambassador Elizabeth Ben-Suceso, the current Philippine Ambassador and Permanent Representative to ASEAN. Previously, she served as the Ambassador to Norway, Denmark, and Iceland, and the Lao People's Republic. She has been in the diplomatic service since 1981, having been also part of the Philippine embassies in Brussels, Belgium, and Beijing. She acquired her Master's of Degrees in Asian Studies from the University of the Philippines, her Master of Arts in Teaching English from the University of the East. She also graduated with a Bachelor of Arts, major in English, magna cum laude from the University of the East in 1975. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Her Excellency Ambassador Elizabeth Buensuceso.
Thank you very much, Professor Macaranas. And I'd like to express my deep appreciation to the organizers of this very important event, the Embassy of the Republic of Korea and AIM, of course. But I'd like to give a very warm welcome to friends who came all the way from Korea. Annyeonghaseyo. Is that correct? The approach of my presentation is really to discuss how ASEAN and Korea conduct their business together. So we'll be talking about the processes, the mechanisms, even the resources to push those initiatives. And then I'll be making a few recommendations. They will be my personal recommendations, but I hope that our higher officials here will support these personal recommendations, because as a player in the forums where we participate as a member of ASEAN, I see these recommendations as crucial to the future of ASEAN-Korea relations. I would just like to mention, give special mention to Professor Macaranas and Ambassador Delia Albert, who have been the apostles of economic diplomacy in the Department of Foreign Affairs, so much so that no ambassador can leave for his post unless they go through a rigorous training at the AIM. We are trained to become salesperson, salesmen and women. And if you noticed, even a person, a literature major like me, is sent to negotiate ASEAN Free Trade Agreement. So that's the miracle that AIM does to our diplomats. Thank you very much. Okay. First off, I think I'd like to tell you more about what we do at the Committee of Permanent Representatives, because this will have a bearing on how you and I, meaning Philippines, Korea, and ASEAN, and how the Philippines can maximize its participation in ASEAN and in the ASEAN-Korea strategic dialogue. So it will be a down-to-earth presentation. Next. Oh, I have the control. It's good if women have control of things. No? It's not following my command. Okay, while he is doing this, at the Committee of Permanent Representatives, okay. Sometimes women do not know who to target, so I should target this man. I think that among other things, we at the Committee of Permanent Representatives, by the way, is a group of ambassadors who are representing their respective member countries in ASEAN. 10 ambassadors to ASEAN compose the Committee of Permanent Representatives, and among others, we facilitate ASEAN cooperation with external partners, including Korea, of course. I am happy to tell you that all 10 dialogue partners of ASEAN have a separate ambassador to ASEAN. 9 out of the 10, they have all of them accredit their ambassadors to ASEAN, but 9 of those have a distinct separate ambassador to ASEAN, meaning to say they focus on ASEAN dialogue partner relations. And it is our group, the CPR, that deals with them on a day-to-day basis. The CPR also supports the work of the ASEAN Community Councils, meaning the three pillars, the ministers representing the three pillars of the ASEAN community, the political security pillar, of course, represented by the foreign ministers, usually. The economic pillar, normally represented by the trade and investment ministers. And then the Socio-Cultural Council, or pillar. In the Philippines, the representative is our secretary for social welfare and development. So ideally, it is the CPR who should coordinate all the activities and cooperation among these three pillars. And this is very crucial because I'll talk about this again later on. We approve all projects requiring ASEAN funds and ASEAN Dialogue Partner funds. So we'll talk about that later. You've seen this, you've heard these figures, but I'd like you to look at them again. US dollars 135 billion for 2013. The target is 150 billion by 2015. And there is a very exciting but controversial proposal by Korea to make that 200 billion in 2020. It depends. Investments, you've heard that. Annual average for tourists is 5 million. And we have a 59 million Regional Development Assistance Fund. I'll talk about that again later. Let me just show you some milestones in the development of ASEAN-Korea relations. In 1989, we started to have a sectoral dialogue cooperation. So we cooperated only on certain sectors. And then in 1991, Korea was elevated to a full dialogue partner. And then those terms have technical meanings. If you want to ask later on, I'll come back to them. In 1997, relations were elevated again to summit level, meaning the heads of government meet. And in 2010, relations were further elevated to strategic dialogue partnerships. And as you have heard, at the end of this year, in December in Busan, we will be celebrating the 25th anniversary of ASEAN-Korean relations. First speaker has alluded to these mechanisms of cooperation. The reason why you have the ASEAN Cooperation Dialogue Partnership there in the middle is that this diagram supports the principle of ASEAN centrality. In these mechanisms, the ASEAN Plus 3 mechanism, the East Asian Summit, ARF, and the ADMM Plus, which have been alluded to by past speakers. So ideally, it is the ASEAN-Korean, the strategic partnership, which should drive the agenda and the processes of the other mechanisms. And ASEAN should be the driver and must occupy the central role. It must dictate the agenda and the pace of ASEAN-Korean cooperation in the contexts of these mechanisms. The ASEAN-Korea Dialogue Partnerships is even highly elaborated in this diagram. I'm not very good with drawing. I wanted to do an inverted pyramid, but it turned out to be like the cap of a police officer. So, can you just please imagine an inverted pyramid in the sense that the ASEAN-Korea Summit is the basis. It's of the mechanisms, so much so that it should show the direction of ASEAN-Korea cooperation. And then we have the ASEAN Plus Korean ministers level of cooperation. And further down, you have the ASEAN ROC dialogue composed of senior officials of the ministers of foreign affairs of the respective member countries. Our Undersecretary for the Department of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Evan Garcia here, is our representative to this dialogue. And of course, at the basic unit of ASEAN-Korean cooperation is the ASEAN-Korea Joint Cooperation Committee, of which I am representing the Philippines. There are also other dialogue mechanisms with which we conduct ASEAN-Korean relations. Here they are. You have the ASEAN-Korea Center. Is there a representative from Seoul? It has been very active in promoting trade and investment and cultural people-to-people exchanges. And then you have the ASEAN-Korean AEM consultations, which has become very, very active this past few years, because this is the one that negotiates the further deepening of the ASEAN-Korean FTA agreement. And they're doing this. I heard that they are going to meet, or they just met last September, to be able to come up with definitive recommendations to the Busan Summit. I think the current proposal for commitment is current commitment in the case of the ASEAN 6, including the Philippines, is 90% plus 2%. So really an ambitious agenda to further deepen the ASEAN-Korea FTA. And then you have the SOM-TC, meaning transnational crime, senior officials and the their Korean counterparts. We also have the Track 2 Korean-ASEAN Forum. We have the ATM ROC and TELMIN, Ministries of Telecommunications, Business Council, etc. I'd like to tell you about this number 6, ICCC ROK Task Force on Connectivity. This is a new mechanism established in Jakarta. And by the way, I'm also the Philippine representative to the ASEAN Connectivity Coordinating Committee. I wish Secretary Del Rosario were still here so that he can hear that we are wearing 5 hats. I wanted to tell him how much work he has given me. It's like coffee 5 in 1, no? CPR, ASEAN Connectivity Coordinating Committee, ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation, the ASEAN Foundation, and the Initiative for ASEAN Integration. But there is a reason why I'm telling you this. Because these are all the mechanisms and the contact points with which Korea can intensify its cooperation with ASEAN and the Philippines. There we are, holding our Joint Cooperation Committee. The last one was held in May 2014 with Ambassador Bak, who is Korea's dedicated ambassador to ASEAN. In the JCC, we talk about the nitty-gritty of the relations between Korea and ASEAN. We talk about the implementation of a plan of action. I'll talk speak more about the plan of action in a little while. But just to give you an idea of what happens during an ASEAN-Korean JCC, we review how the plan of action has been implemented, what the bottlenecks are, and what recommendations we should implement to address those challenges. That is why at the end of this presentation, most of the things that I will be mentioning there are products of my interaction with the Korean ambassador as well as my other colleagues in the CPR on how we can improve Philippine participation in this very important nitty-gritty task, but they are the backbone of ASEAN-Korea relations. Okay, the major documents on which we base our cooperation are the Joint Communique on Strategic Partnership for Peace and Prosperity and its accompanying Plan of Action 2011-2015. If you notice, the Plan of Action will expire next year. And now is the time to start working on a plan of action. What is a plan of action? It is a document, it's like a shopping list prepared by both ASEAN and Korea on how they will carry out their cooperation in the next 5 years. So it is very crucial that we participate in the crafting of this document. We in the CPR, we start with a zero draft. It's a paradox because sometimes a zero draft starts with 20 pages. How can a zero draft start with a 20-page document? At any rate, why am I involving you in this? Because, as I said, this is a shopping list. Now is the right time to participate, to get involved. What topics, what areas of concern would you, I'm talking to each participant here in this important session, would you like the Philippine government to include in this plan of action? I have to also give a warning here. Well, a warning as well as a challenge. Korea is planning to introduce the programmatic scheme of doing a plan of action, meaning there will be less projects, it will be multi-annual, and so therefore, you make your bet already in the beginning, in the planning of this plan of action. Because if funds are already committed for the remaining 3 to 5 years, then it will be very difficult to insert new projects that you have come up with. You have to already be involved in the beginning of this, in the planning or in the writing negotiation of this plan of action. And then we have, of course, as mentioned earlier, the ASEAN-Korea Free Trade Agreement done in 2010, and then the ASEAN-Korea Forestry Cooperation Agreement, which we in the CPR just extended until 2019. The documents under negotiation are, as I mentioned, ASEAN-Korean Vision Statement 2014. We are in our final stages of crafting the vision statement. As mentioned by Secretary Del Rosario, this statement will chart the future of ASEAN-Korean cooperation maybe for the next 5 years. Although Korea and ASEAN hold annual summits, the Busan statement will be remarkable, will be tone-setting because it will point the direction where ASEAN and Korea will be focusing all their energy and their inspiration and their projects and activities together. And as mentioned earlier, we in the CPR, with the direction of our bosses who are sitting in this table, under Secretary Garcia and that handsome-looking man there who looks like Yul Brynner in his earlier days, Ase Cruz. There you are. If you want to participate actively in the crafting of this document, can you please look for this good-looking young man who looks like Yul Brynner? The others are not laughing because they don't know who Yul Brynner is. Only a few are my age. Okay, and then of course, as mentioned, RCEP is being actively negotiated as we speak, and then the upgrade of the ASEAN-Korea FTA. The funding mechanisms are there, so you have about 12 million excess. The one problem, as I will mention later on, is that there is a very slow rate of utilization of these funds, we have to hurry up. I hesitate to put areas of cooperation here because there are so many, but if you can just look at this screen to see how we are cooperating with each other. And then in the economic area, deepening of the FTA, etc., connectivity, SMEs, tourism promotion, and in socio-cultural, biodiversity, etc. And here, I just like to take a look at this. For the 2-year plan of action, we divide the 5-year into 2-year plans. There were 121 projects, and only 23 were initiated by ASEAN. And of those 23, I think only 4 were initiated by the Philippines. And then we have 47 initiated by ROC and 51 jointly initiated. Way forward, as I said, there, the ASEAN ROC Vision Statement, the Plan of Action, and deepening or more active implementation of the existing agreements. So the Vision Statement, the theme is Building Trust, Bringing Prosperity and Happiness. Secretary De Rosario already mentioned the main elements there. And he also mentioned the favorite topics of the Philippines. So I'd like to devote some time now to the challenges in ASEAN-ROC relations. Most of the projects are initiated by Korea. They never run out of creative ideas. No? So ASEAN, Philippines, we have to wake up and do more to use up all those money. My obsession is to spend all that money given by Korea to implement ASEAN-Korean relations. We have very slow implementation rate. We have new emerging threats and challenges, which were also alluded to by the first speakers. And we have inadequate mechanisms to address those. And there's need to synergize ASEAN and Korean policies and priorities so that ASEAN-Korean relations can really move to a really fast pace. Here are my recommendations. As I said, these are personal. These have not yet been approved by ASEAN, so I have to make that precaution. Number 1, ASEAN and the Philippines should initiate more projects. We have to get involved in the crafting of the plan of action. As I said, Korea is going to implement a program approach, and this has to be carefully studied. How to do projects? How do you use up use those funds? If you want, we can discuss that over lunch, or I'll be staying the whole day. Please approach me so that we can discuss how your organization or yourself can do this more effectively. The second recommendation is for Korea to consider the master plan of ASEAN connectivity in its planning. Korea has about 82 connectivity projects, but only one is synergized into the impact. The 3 is to reinvigorate mechanisms, the JCC forum, the EAS, the ones I mentioned earlier. We have to make them more responsive to the emerging threats that we commonly face today. And then, of course, number 4, K-pop is okay, but they don't need positive action. We need to have real cultural exchanges, meaty cultural exchanges. That's all. Thank you.
You heard from the ambassador that she is waiting for proposals. So, may I have a show of hands? Who of you are engaged in actual projects with Korea and the Philippines?
Who wants money? Maybe the better
Yeah, the better question, who wants more money?
Who wants more money?
Okay, because we were saddened by the fact that of the list of projects, Korea has double that of ASEAN. And for a true partnership to last, there must be some equality of interest. If Korea is more interested in ASEAN, can ASEAN show more interest in Korea so that it is a very, very level playing field of relationship? With that kind of setting, we had the first speech on the enhanced security dialogue through a multilateral framework between Korea and ASEAN as the foundation for our economic and other relations. And Ambassador Gwen Suceso showed us the way for activating the plan of action for the next 5 years. We now open the floor for questions to any of our panelists. There are microphones. Please identify yourselves. Ask the question directly to any one of the speakers. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Is this working? Hello, good morning. I'm Attorney Sherwin Prosi Castaneda, currently Assistant Director of the Bureau of Import Services. This is a bureau under the Department of Trade and Industry. We are the lead agency in implementing the so-called Philippine National Trade Repository. The establishment of the National Trade Repository, or we call it NTR, is a commitment under the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement. So right now, we are in the stage of, just a little bit of introduction. The NTR, or so we refer to PNTR, referring to the Philippines, is an initiative being initiated by BIS in coordination with more than 50 government agencies. This is actually a project where we will put up a portal where all regulations pertaining to trade transactions, in particular import and export transactions, will be uploaded. Currently, we have Indonesia, Lao PDR already have their existing NTR, and the commitment is by the year 2015, we need to be able to set up our NTR. So my question is, how do we tap the development assistance mentioned by the good ambassador early on to at least support this kind of initiative? Because this will entail a lot of costs, not really a lot of costs, but I would say a moderate cost on the part of the government. So I'd like to know how we can tap this development assistance to particularly fund this initiative.
Okay, Ambassador Princess.
You have taken interest in my challenge for Philippine agencies and CSOs and NGOs to really be active in proposing projects. The answer is very simple. Do a concept paper. Basically, the template of the concept paper is available on the website of the ASEAN Secretariat. Fill up the form, the information required there in the template, objective of the project, etc. But I'd like to emphasize one thing: regionality. That means to say not only the Philippines will benefit from this project, but maybe three or more ASEAN member countries. These are very practical proposals. There is another one. We have Philippine Tariff Finder, right? We just launched it last year. And it's also under your ministry, your department. I doubt it if anybody is using the Philippine Tariff Finder. I'd like to challenge you to also do a concept paper on how to use this Philippine Tariff Finder. As we go into integration, economic integration, our ASEAN partners would be interested. The SMEs, the SME businessmen would like to find out how to use the Philippine Tariff Finder. But are we using this? So again, that's another good idea for a concept paper. So basically, please submit a concept paper. I'll give you my card later. As I said, anybody who has a similar question, you will find me here the whole day. I'm available for free private consultations on similar initiatives like this. Thank you.
We will limit your consultation to 5 minutes each. Otherwise, we may run out of time. Any next question, please? Yes, sir.
I'm Director Ed Olet from the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. Currently, we have the ASEAN reconstruction, ASEAN reconstruction for Yolanda areas. And I think the Republic of Korea may wish to consider what is already ongoing right now for the pledges and projects like Adopt a Municipality. And I think part of the committee, the project steering committee is to include the Department of Foreign Affairs alongside with the Office of the Presidential Assistance for Recovery and Reconstruction and the NDRMC and the Department of Social Welfare, so that we will have a synergized project management to the areas affected by Yolanda. And then also the centrality of the ASEAN Humanitarian Coordinating Center in terms of technical cooperation and resource mobilization.
Sir, do you have a question?
I have a question, for example, in disaster risk reduction. I saw the recommendation. Perhaps the Republic of Korea may wish to consider, because there are growing communities in the Philippines of Korean nationals. And then perhaps one of the platforms that we can work together is about early warning system. For example, in Baguio City, there's a lot of Korean nationals. And we might wish to enhance at the regional level regions that are prone to disasters. I remember there is a project on early warning with KOICA, Korean International Cooperation, in enhancing the river systems. There are 18 major river basins in the Philippines which can be potential in terms of exposure of communities.
And your interest is in expanding the project base, the funding base?
Yes, and then...
or do you have specific areas in mind now other than Baguio and Yolanda?
How about in Mindanao? Because we're working together with the climate change, synergizing together with them. In any of the 4 thematic areas, disaster prevention, mitigation, preparedness, like enhancing the capacity of low-class municipalities in terms of preparing for disasters. The other one would be response, like putting warehouses or hubs where we can preposition relief and other items for mega-scale disasters. The last one would be the most challenging part, how to bounce forward, not only bounce back after a mega-scale disaster that could affect all economic, political, and socio-cultural. Thank you.
Ambassador?
Yeah, disaster management is one of the flagship projects under ASEAN-Korean cooperation. And they are supporting actively the AHA. That's not a boy band. It's called ASEAN Humanitarian Assistance Unit, embedded inside the ASEAN Secretariat. For your information, they were here 1 week before Yolanda struck, and it was their communication system that was used to, deliver the first few messages after Yolanda. In August, on the 14th of August this year, ASEAN organized the ARIA. At first they used ARAI, and I told them, no, ARAI has a different meaning in the Philippines. It should be ARIA, ASEAN Rehabilitation Assistance for Yolanda Victims. And true, as mentioned, they called for fresh assistance to the Yolanda affected area. So this is a quick response both by Korea and the Philippines and ASEAN to a flagship project and one of the most important threats that we face today.
Very good. Dr. Lee?
I just want to add a few points on these issues about the disaster management and climate change and so on. In my presentation, I intentionally focused on the security and strategic issue, but I'm looking at the non-traditional security issue as well. And as you know, the Southeast Asian area, Southeast Asian region has full of very long list of natural disasters and all that, and the climate change issue as well. As far as I know, the Korean government to focus on this non-traditional security issue cooperation with the ASEAN. The direction is combining our technology and science knowledge and science with this prevention or preparedness for the natural disaster. So this might be the direction we are going at the moment. So the Korea has knowledge and scientific knowledge and technology. Let's combine this with how to prevent or prepare the natural disaster. The climate change as well. I mean, in the previous government, the Korean government has emphasized the so-called green growth. And it's still there, not the name, but our emphasis on the climate change and green growth is still there. And I hope in this issue of climate change, we can also combine our knowledge and technology with the climate change issues. And we can utilize the institute called GGGI, it's about green growth. And we have also the Green Technology Center in Korea. This is focusing on the science and technology issue of climate change. We can get these together and find a new item for cooperation with ASEAN countries. Thank you.
That's very good. I think in the spirit of the programmatic approach that is now being adopted, your suggestion of combining themes on climate change, disaster management, green growth is most welcome. And so note for the groups here, we must take a more programmatic approach for the next
May I just have one sentence on this?
Yes, please.
Actually, Korea has the Low Carbon Green Growth Initiative, to which it contributed $100 million.
Wow.
So there's already a fund for this. It will just be enhanced in the Busan Declaration, I think.
Very good. So we hope that we take attention. We have only room for one more question, and I ask the gentleman on my left.
Annyeonghaseyo. Morning. I'm Ray Conferito, former Nomugwan, Philippine Nomugwan in Korea, and currently I'm the Secretary for Workers' Employability and Enterprise Competitiveness. My question is for Dr. Lee. It appears to have, Dr. Lee appears to have painted a picture where the play of China appears to be the most significant factor determining the current dynamics in the region. China rose to power and influence basically through the economic path. There is a joke that God created the world, everything else is made in China. The falsity of this joke is shown by the fact that Korea, Japan, Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia are still powerhouses in industry, particularly in manufacturing, except that they make things mainly or largely in China. The current concern over China appears to be due to the increasing assertiveness of its military component. But how could we best rechannel energies in the region, especially between Korea and the Philippines, towards more productive directions? Right now, Korea appears to be more inclined to invest in some ASEAN economies better than in the Philippines. How could we attract Korea to invest more in the Philippines, especially in its SMEs, and or increase opportunities for our skilled workers and professionals in Korea, and utilize the good partnership in the field of labor as a foundation of foundational social capital for stronger partnership.
Okay, Dr. Lee?
I guess the question is basically about how to attract more investment from Korea to Philippines. That was the core of the question. But I'm not in a position to answer the question because we have experts coming up in the next session on the economic cooperation. What I can tell you at the moment is that in terms of the human exchange and skilled labor migration and so on, the Korea has got one of the most progressive mechanism and system and regulation to attract the foreign laborers among the Northeast Asian countries. I guess we are much ahead of Japan and other countries in Northeast Asia, and we actually import a lot of labor force from Southeast Asia, and I believe it will grow in the coming years. That's all I can say, but on your question, you have to ask a bit. In the next session, I guess Professor Park Kwon-soon can give you more definite answer to the question.
Okay. Would you have some comment on the first part of the question, which was the centrality of China in all of this? Because you emphasized that in your presentation. And so I think the sense is, why does Korea not invest more in the Philippines when it is challenged by China? And so it is like the early part of the relationship of ASEAN versus China, or ASEAN and China. Because the Philippines, as noted by one of the earlier speakers, is like the closest part of ASEAN that is geographically proximate to Korea.
So the question is why so can I recap the question again? Why the Korea invests more in China than Southeast Asia?
Or in other ASEAN. You invest more in other ASEAN than in the Philippines.
Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't know the answer because I don't know much about the business or investment. It's the question should be answered better by Professor Park Kwon-soon.
Okay. Ambassador Beth.
On the first question, this is I'm going to say something controversial, but never mind. There is a perception that Korea is trying to play a second lead role in discussing the security, political security landscape in the region, pushing, the main players, so-called main players, China, Japan, India, ASEAN, in discussing issues on the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, for example. Maybe Korea can also find out if they can, play an equal role in determining the security, political security landscape in this region, in the same rank or tier as the other countries that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you. With that, yes, Under Secretary Evan Garcia of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. It's my uncomfortable duty, given my office, to remind all agencies here to remember that there are interagency clearances processes. If you want to have a national project, you must pass it through the interagency clearance process, for which you can ask our ASEAN affairs. Otherwise, it becomes a vast fishing expedition and not rational planning. Secondly, I would like to recommend that our people talk to the Koreans on how they use their overseas Korean program to support industrialization. We're not doing this here. So maybe that is something we can learn from. We did it already, so we can look at it and see if it applies. And thirdly, I would just like to give a very big idea that combines the strategic discussions now and the economic discussions later. I would like to propose that Korea look at ASEAN, including the Philippines, as its fail-safe guarantee for future competitiveness. We have the markets, we have the young workers, we have the proximity, we have the familiarity. As the Secretary said, we are natural partners by geography, by affinity, and by necessity. So if you look at us as your fail-safe long-term competitiveness guarantee, this will shape everything else you do. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. And on that note, I may add that indeed at AIM we preach the ASEAN theme of collaboration, so that instead of only competition, we do collaborate and compete at the same time. In that spirit, we thank our panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee and Ambassador Professor. We have taken up your time for the coffee break, but I guess you can take your coffee now and take them to your table. Good day.
We now move on to our second session entitled Enhancing Economic Cooperation between Korea and the Philippines in the context of ASEAN Economic Community 2015. For this session, please welcome our moderator, Professor Rocky Lee, Core Faculty of the Asian Institute of Management.
Hi, thank you. So good morning, magandang umaga, kinaningasel. This session, number 2, will follow the first lively discussion. And as alluded to earlier, we're going to be focusing on the economic cooperation between Korea and the Philippines within the context of ASEAN Economic Community 2015. During the period of 2005 to 2009, Korea and ASEAN manifested its economic partnerships by signing FTAs in a number of areas such as goods, services, and investments. Today, as you heard, ASEAN is Korea's second largest trading partner and third investment destination. And with a year to go now before AEC 2015, before that's finally established, there's a lot of excitement about how the economic convergence may bring forth many opportunities within the region. And it's within this context that Korea wishes to play a key role in developing the ASEAN business agenda by determining ways on how to enhance its existing economic cooperation with the Philippines. And we're very fortunate to have 2 speakers, like in the first session, one from Korea and one from the Philippines. Our first speaker from Korea is Professor Bong-soon Park. Professor Park is a visiting professor at Hongik University in Seoul, Korea, in the College of Economics. He teaches microeconomics and theory of international trade. He was a senior fellow on Asian economy at Samsung Economic Research Institute for 12 years, where he his research supported the formation of Samsung Group as well as Korea's Southeast Asian strategy. He was also a researcher at Korea Institute for Economics and Trade, where he analyzed industrial policy and individual industrial sectors. He acquired his PhD in business from Hongik University and University of Foreign Studies, and his master's and bachelor's in economics from Korea University. Our second speaker, actually I'll introduce him when we get there because he also has a long bio. So, perhaps I could invite the 2 speakers up to the front. Our second speaker is Assistant Secretary Louise Cruz. And Professor Park, maybe we could sit at the front, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. Thank you. So again, our first speaker is Professor Park, and he'll be speaking on enhancing economic cooperation between Korea and the Philippines in the context of AEC 2015 from a Korean perspective. So Professor Park.
Okay, thank you very much for kind introduction about me, and I'm Park Bong-soon, and I'm very happy to be here today, and I also thank Korean Embassy here and AIM. I have been known His Excellency Korean Ambassador here for a long time, and I have been respecting him very much, and so that's why I'm very happy to be here. Today, I'm talking about the Korean and Philippine economic cooperation under the AEC. And I'm sure that all of you here in this place knows much better than I do about the Philippine economy and ASEAN economy. So, I hope you listen to me about just the Korean economist's view about the AEC and the Philippine economy. Also, I'm little bit pessimistic about the future of the AEC and the ASEAN economy. So maybe it will be I don't know whether you will be hurt or not, but anyway, listen to me. So, my presentation today is divided into 3 parts. First part is the how to interpret the AEC, and second part is how to assess the Philippine economy. And the third part is the economic cooperation between Korea and the Philippines. Let's go to the first part, how to interpret the AEC. First of all, is ASEAN going to AEC? Actually, next year you will launch the AEC, but the AEC has the 4 pillars, as you know. They are a single market, production base, and competitive economic area, equitable economic growth, and the integration into world economy. Among the 4 pillars, the establishment of the single market and production base and equitable growth are the most important pillars. Let me examine these 2 pillars. The first is the ratio of intra-regional trade in the total ASEAN trade. The share of intra-regional trade increased since 1992, but stagnated and declined after 2008. And the second indicator is the trade intensity index. Trade intensity index tells that how much trade is concentrating on a specific region, but ASEAN's intra-regional trade intensity index is declining. You can see the picture. The below one is the red color is the trade intensity index. So, in conclusion, ASEAN has a long way to go to complete the single market. And for assessment of the single production base, let me see inflow of the foreign direct investment in ASEAN. Actually, ASEAN economic growth for the past 30 years could be explained by inflow of foreign direct investment. Exporting industries were developed as mass production manufacturing by multinational corporations. Recently, foreign direct investment diversified to various industries and concentrated on only a few countries like Singapore, Indonesia, and Vietnam. Actually, about 50% of investment inflow in ASEAN is going to Singapore. The intra-regional investment is less than 20% of total inflow. You can see the picture there. The first part is the intra-regional investment flow, and second part is extra-ASEAN. So intra-regional investment inflow is very low compared to total inflow of FDI. And there is something wrong. Okay. And second pillar, which I want to mention, is the development gap. As far as the equitable development is concerned, actually, income disparities in ASEAN is another big challenge. Economic integration is a key for equitable development. The reverse is also true. Integration encourages the free flow of production factors such as labor and capital. So movement of labor and capital as well as trade and investment decrease the development gap in region. While ASEAN's development gap is now narrowing down, it is unlikely to drop to the level of EU in the foreseeable future. So AEC is expected to facilitate the ASEAN economic development, either enable to improve the efficiency of resource allocation through intense competition and free movement of production factors. Due to market expansion, domestic investment and foreign direct investment will increase. Furthermore, it could enhance ASEAN bargaining power in the international arena. However, AEC's effect on economic growth on ASEAN will be limited. ASEAN cannot change, because ASEAN cannot change its economic development model. Most of ASEAN countries have been choosing a FDI-led industrial development strategy since the mid-1980s, when there was Plaza Accord. And then, why it is not easy for ASEAN to change its development strategy even under the AEC? And firstly, I want to mention is ASEAN has not built its own technological capabilities. ASEAN countries have not seriously invested in R&D activities for innovation. You can see the table figure, and R&D expenditure of enterprise is too little to lead a new technology development. Multinational companies are reluctant to invest R&D in the ASEAN region. MNCs only take advantage of cheap labor in ASEAN and use it as their production base. So ASEAN business cannot catch up the developed countries. Therefore, for the time being, ASEAN cannot help depending on MNC's technology. And second, ASEAN indigenous entrepreneur is not sufficiently developed. ASEAN entrepreneurs are focusing their business on non-exporting industries such as retail, finance, and real estate development. Even they do manufacturing, such as food, tobacco, and domestic market-oriented industry are just light industries. Also, SMEs in ASEAN are underdeveloped. SMEs sector can contribute to economic dynamics. SMEs are dominating in terms of establishment and employment. Here I can provide the Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Korea. You can see the share of the SMEs in each sector: establishment, employment, GDP, and export. However, it suffered from low productivity and low exposure to global economy. Thirdly, ASEAN market size is too small to focus on ASEAN internal market. ASEAN's GDP based on PPP is just $6 trillion in 2013 compared to China's 16.2 trillion and India's 6.7 trillion. So as a single market, its market size is not enough for a company in ASEAN just to produce for its regional market. Last but not least, current international production network is spreading throughout East Asia. In fact, ASEAN's role in East Asian production sharing is too limited to change its ways and directions. ASEAN's market size determines the size of intra-regional trade and ASEAN's production structure. I provide the ASEAN's trade with the East Asian countries in 2013. And let me move to the my second part, how to assess the Philippine economy. And the economic performance of the Philippines were poor for the last 30 years compared to other ASEAN founding members. Growth rate of per capita GDP is much slower than other ASEAN founding member countries due mainly to low growth rate and high population growth. The Philippine export amount to around $50, which are much smaller than that of Vietnam, which started its Doimoy policy from the late 1980s. In fact, the Philippines has unfavorable conditions such as poor endowment of natural resources and natural disasters. The unfavorable conditions have a negative effect on domestic investment, including foreign direct investment. Also, rapid population growth is one of the reasons why saving and investment is so low in the Philippines. with relatively weak foreign direct investment and consequently low competition in domestic market, its political, economic, and social system are also unfavorable to resource allocation. So here you can see the main economic indicators of the Philippines. I do not want to say much in detail about the salient features of the Philippines. You can see the table and you understand what I want to say here. But what is clear is that the Philippine economy is short of dynamism because of the low investment rate. And also Philippines failed in development of manufacturing sector. So that's the reason why many Filipino workers are working in overseas and here in high unemployment rate. And I want to tell you that the relationship between the ASEAN and Philippines. The Philippines seems to be the least beneficiary of trade cooperation in the region. The Philippines trade with other ASEAN countries account for only 19.1% of its total trade. Export to ASEAN accounts for 16% and head of import is 21.8%. The Philippines recorded a trade deficit for most of ASEAN countries. It means that the Philippines' role in internal ASEAN production sharing is very much limited. It imports intermediate goods in the region, including automobile parts from Thailand and Indonesia. The Philippines import commodity and basic materials too, due to the lack of natural resources. On the other hand, the Philippines' investment cooperation with other ASEAN member countries also extremely limited. Investment inflow from other ASEAN countries is negligible. Last year, in 2013, the net investment inflow is negative from ASEAN countries. Singapore and Indonesia are the main beneficiaries of the ASEAN investment. And let me move to the third part of my presentation, economic cooperation between Korea and the Philippines. And AEC will make a profound impact on the Philippines and Korean economy. Economic integration contributes to economic growth of its members through improvement of efficiency of resource allocation. AEC will bring more competitive pressure on the Philippine economy. Market expansion will give the opportunity of increasing the Philippine export. For Korea, ASEAN is the second largest exporting market, so ASEAN's sustainable economic growth is crucial for Korean economy. So, above all, Korea and the Philippines should cooperate for ASEAN's sustainable and inclusive economic development. It is believed that many countries in the region are now in the middle-income trap. In order for ASEAN to sustain its economic growth, Korea and the Philippines need to find ways to contribute to the further development of the ASEAN economic community. Secondly, Korean business should increase investment in the manufacturing sector, expansion and infrastructure upgrading in the Philippines. Recently, Korea's investment to the Philippines is much more active than before, especially the manufacturing sector. Although newly established subsidiaries are only around 20 per annum in the period from 2006 to 2013, the investment amount increased rapidly, and especially investment in last 2 years increased significantly. In order to keep the favorable investment trend, the Philippines has to improve its investment environment, and Korea should disseminate information on the Philippines to its business sector in a more active ways. Third, there are needs to cooperate for the expansion of export capacity of the Philippines to solve the trade deficit. The Philippines has a competitive advantage in well-educated and abundant labor forces. The Philippines should attract FDI in the light industry from Korea. At the same time, both countries need to strengthen the cooperation of SMEs. Here I provide the SMEs statistics in the Philippines. It is the latest statistics is 2011. If you see the establishment, more than 90% of Philippine SMEs the micro enterprises, and employment only 28% are working at micro enterprises. And value added, it was the GDP means the only 4.9% in 2006. So how to upgrade the SMEs in Philippines is the key challenge for the economic development in the Philippines. And Korea and Philippines have to cooperate to reduce Korea's trade surplus with the Philippines. Currently, Korea enjoys trade surplus with the Philippines, and its size continued to grow. You cannot see here, but the trade surplus of Korea with the Philippines is much more than Korea's total import from Korea right now. As Korea exports intermediate goods for industrial production in the Philippines, the trade imbalance is not easily solved in the near future as long as the Philippines continue to seek industrialization. Both countries make a joint effort to expand their bilateral trade rather than depress for seeking correction of imbalances. In this sense, Korea has to study the develop importing goods from the Philippines. And both Korea and the Philippines should make a joint effort in order to enhance industrial technology in the Philippines. Korea needs actively to help training of technical personnel in order to improve its industrial technology in the Philippines. And more technology cooperation is needed in the level of ASEAN Plus 3. The EA Bridge 2, which tried to find the vision of ASEAN Plus 3, recommends 2 years ago that East Asian, that means ASEAN Plus 3, create an East Asian Comprehensive Technology Research Institute. The report recommended the institute be located in a middle-income country in the region to act as a bridge between the developed and the less developed countries. The Philippines may ask for assistance of ASEAN Plus 3 countries for the establishment of EACT ally in the Philippines. And finally, Korea and the Philippines can cooperate with each other for building the East Asian economic architecture. Above all, we need to cooperate to complete RCEP negotiation. ASEAN is believed to play a leading role in the RCEP negotiation. However, it is not clear how much ASEAN is interested in RCEP. In addition, there is little possibility that RCEP will be a high-level FTAs because it includes China and India together. As you know, China is a strong competitiveness in labor-intensive manufacturing. However, India is strongly ambitious for development of the labor-intensive manufacturing for the economic development. Therefore, we may cooperate closely in establishment of EAFTA again. if RCEP is not easy to complete, we need more useful trade and trade arrangement for East Asia. I think that EAFTA is an alternative solution if we feel there should be an institutional scheme which is ruling trade and investment in the East Asia. So it is necessary for Korea and the Philippines to cooperate more actively for the economic integration of East Asia. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Park, for a very informative presentation. As they say, numbers don't lie, even if it comes from an economist. But we appreciate putting some data and structure around some of the topics that came up in today's earlier session on the political pillar of AEC. Our second speaker I'm pleased to introduce is the Honorable Luis Cruz, who reassumed the position of Assistant Secretary for ASEAN Affairs at the Department of Foreign Affairs on March 1st, 2014 this year, after a 6-year posting as Philippine Ambassador to Korea. He graduated from San Carlos Seminary with a bachelor's degree in philosophy and joined the Philippine Foreign Service in 1983. And during that time of service, he served in Asian countries such as the People's Republic of China, Malaysia, as well as the Republic of Korea. ASEC Cruz has also assumed key positions in the Philippines Department of Foreign Affairs, and positions included Director General for ASEAN Affairs, Principal Assistant to the Undersecretary for Policy, and Director for China Division. During his assignments at the Home Office, ASEC Cruz has participated extensively in bilateral meetings with China and regional workshop series on managing potential conflicts in the South China Sea. During his previous stint as Assistant Secretary for ASEAN Affairs in 2006 through 2008, ASEC Cruz chaired several meetings of ASEAN functional committees at a time when the Philippines was chair of the ASEAN Summit in 2006 and 2007. He also organized the ASEAN Open Lecture Series in various Philippine schools, universities, to promote awareness about the regional organization and its impact on the young generation among Filipino students. With that introduction, it's my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Luis Cruz.
Thank you, Rocky, for the generous introduction. My colleagues in government, our Korean friends, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po. 안녕하세요. 저는 도주한 길비타세입니다. 만나서 대단히 반갑습니다. To the organizers of the seminar, AIM, and of course the Korean Embassy, through Ambassador Lee Hyuk, my old friend from ASEAN days in 2006. 초대해 주셔서 감사합니다. Now, let me put my presentation in context. I would rather not be referred to as a presenter, but a reactor. That is actually a lame excuse for the fact that I do not have any speaking text at the moment. But that is also, I also intended it that way because I know that the first speaker on the second pillar of ASEAN community building is an eminent professor who will be giving you various statistics on ASEAN-Korea economic relations and also ASEAN-Philippine economic relations. So rather, I would like to, what I would like to share with you is, are the practical views that I have learned over the last 8 years when I was the previous ASEAN Director General and the current one now, and my 6 years posting in Korea. So essentially what you heard from Professor Park
is like seeing a glass that is half full, but I would rather half empty. But I would rather see the glass as half full. And the challenge for us in the AEC is how to fill in that that glass so that our region benefits from it. And I'm glad that many of our participants this morning are government officials like myself who are involved in implementing or conceptualizing ASEAN programs and projects. Because, and I would like to refer to the first, to the challenge that was posed to you by Ambassador Buen Suceso, wherein as government officials it behooves us to engage more our dialogue partners such as Korea. And one way to do that really is to come up with programs and projects. So let me say at the outset that similar to what we're having this morning, we at the Department of Foreign Affairs will be hosting on the 25th of November this strategic planning workshop to prepare for AEC next year and also for the Philippine chairmanship of ASEAN in 2017. We have already sent out the invitations to your respective government agencies, and I'm sure that many of you are already aware of that schedule, and I hope to see you there. But essentially what we will be sharing with you is the basic way of how to tap the various or the available funds for ASEAN member countries, whether it be from Korea or Japan or any other donor countries. No? So I hope that many of you will, I will see many of you during that seminar. So that will answer part of the question that was earlier raised before, because this would be one way to positively engage our dialogue partners, principally Korea. Now, the other way of reacting to the presentation of Professor Park is perhaps through the outline that you have before you. No? He has painted what I would say are the statistics about ASEAN in the past or in the near past. But what I would like to share with you is how ASEAN will look like in the future or starting next year. But let me say that AEC 2015 is only a benchmark. So the statistics that were shown to you, like for example, intra-ASEAN trade is only about a quarter of ASEAN trade with the rest of the world. While it is true, there is an increasing trend that will be accomplished fully even beyond 2015. So as I said, 2015 is just a benchmark because right as we are speaking right now, we are various ASEAN organs are already preparing for the post-2015 vision of ASEAN. And what would this post-2015 vision of ASEAN would look like? It will, essentially, we will be capitalizing on the opportunities available in the region and the human resources, the capital, and the engagements that we have that have to be tapped by our respective ASEAN member countries. No? So what you have with you is just one of the many potentials that we see in our economy. But let me say often that the two challenges that were encountered by ASEAN before deciding to come up with this AEC 2015 target are two. First, the very diverse membership structure and makeup of the ASEAN member countries. Now, it is unlike EU, wherein the level of economic development are almost equal. But here there is a big divergence, as was presented earlier by Professor Park. We have, aside from the different economic levels of development. We also have different forms of government. We have different religions. We have different cultural affinities, different languages, and so on. So as you can see from the early on, this is already a big challenge for ASEAN. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if Professor Park is a bit pessimistic on the outlook of AEC. But AEC came about principally because of the challenges that we have encountered about 2 or 3 decades ago, posed by globalization, and the responses of other regions, principally Mercosur, NAFTA. Of course, EU was already there. So we could not afford to be left behind. So initially we came up with our own concepts of economic integration through the AFTA. That was decided in 1992. And of course, by 2010, we have practically reduced our tariff to about 99, from 0 to 5%. So practically, in as far as tariffs are concerned, we have already brought them down to this level. So we have graduated from the AFTA to engagements with other regions, other parts of the world through our FTA with Korea, with Japan, with China, with our southern neighbors. And we are now discussing a bigger economic grouping, which is the RCEP, discussed already by Professor Park. And we are participating actively in this RCEP because we believe that if we have a market of about 600 million people in AFTA, with RCEP, our market will be 3 billion people. So there are a lot of potentials in that grouping. So what are the potentials of that we have in AEC? We have a large population, diversified market, and increasingly we are getting more interconnected. Our population, as I said, is about 600 million. It's also young, and the middle class is growing, getting wealthier. Anyway, the elements of the AEC, of course, have already been discussed. So the strategy would be that of coming up with a larger production base through the free flow of goods, services, investment, skilled labor, and capital. So I have already mentioned about ASEAN-Korea FTA and the larger economic grouping that we envision through RCEP, which we hope would make our region more economically competitive. So now, if I may go to where ASEAN and the Philippines, where Korea and the Philippines situate themselves in the context of ASEAN economic integration. Through ASEAN-Korea FTA, we were able to have a better access through the Korean market. Lately, Korea has just opened its market to frozen fresh chicken. But before that, of course, we have already penetrated the Korean market in terms of tropical fruits like bananas and pineapple. As a matter of fact, for bananas, I think Korean imports of bananas would be about 98%. Now we are going into the other export of fruits like mangoes and vegetables. As I mentioned, because of the ASEAN-Korea FTA, we have started to penetrate the Korean market. But let me say that there are a lot of opportunities in the Korean market, especially in the food sector, because Korea imports about 70% of its food requirement. I guess it's because of the fact that it was not blessed with with large tract of agricultural land, so it is quite logical that they would have to rely on imports. No? Another sector that we have recently penetrated in the food sector is the fruit drinks sector. This is because of the recent investment of Lotte. Lotte has bought majority share in Pepsi Cola, and through Pepsi Cola Philippines, they have started to come up with tropical fruit drinks that they are now importing into the Korean market. So these are the opportunities available for Korean investors in the Philippines. AEC, because AEC will offer a single production base, so necessarily the Korean investor will easily have a market of not only 100 million Filipinos but over 600 million ASEAN. Now, success stories in investments. I guess the first of the big corporations of Korea that came in here was KEPCO. That was in 1992 when we had this energy crisis during the first year of President Ramos' administration. So KEPCO saw the potential. As a matter of fact, at that time, KEPCO has not gone into investments outside Korea, but they proved so successful that today, now or after 15 years, KEPCO supplies about 15% of Philippine energy requirement. On shipbuilding, because of the investment of Hanjin, the Philippines has become the fourth largest ship manufacturer. This one is based in Subic. Now, tourism. The Philippines is the fifth biggest destination of Korean tourists. I guess this has something to do also with geography because of our proximity. At the moment, we have over 20 flights a day between Korea and the Philippines. Of course, using different airports aside from the main airports of Manila and so on. Samsung is also involved in the manufacture of electronic parts. No? On connectivity, Korea is very much involved in ASEAN in this, but in the case of the Philippines, they have at least 2 investments in connectivity. On the greater use of public-private partnership, we have started to engage Korea in this one. As a matter of fact, if I may say so, the best thing that ever happened in our relations with Korea, whether it's the Philippines or ASEAN, was the creation of the ASEAN-Korea Center in 2009. And last month, one of the workshops organized by Korea was this PPP. No? And there were speakers invited from ASEAN, and we have a speaker from the Department of Trade and Industry, wherein opportunities in the PPP sector was presented by our delegate. Principally, this is one PPP project wherein Korea is involved in the Philippines, and we hope that in the next few years we will get more PPP projects from Korea. Now, let me also say that we are greatly helped by ODA. During the last visit of President Lee Myung-bak in the Philippines, that was in 2012, a soft loan facility of about half a billion pesos was extended to the Philippines, and there are several government projects that have benefited from this soft loan facility. But over the years, there have been a lot of investments, more particularly in the infrastructure sector. This helps us in promoting connectivity, between the Philippines and other ASEAN partners, like in the area of aviation. Korea, through ODA, have helped build the Gintingan Airport and Coron Airport in Palawan. They have built several highways and so on. And because of this, because the idea of extending this infrastructure development ODA projects in the Philippines, the builder should be a construction company. I guess while Korea may be criticized for this, but on the other hand, it was a good strategy in a sense, because it is one way of exposing Korean construction companies to investment opportunities in the Philippines. The best example, of course, is Hanjin, because over the last 30 years, Hanjin was already present here in the Philippines, building roads, building roads and other infrastructure projects. But because they were already here, and they saw the investment opportunities, it was so easy for them to decide to come and invest here, not as an ODA partner of the Korean government, but as an investor. That was the origin of the shipyard in Subic that Hanjin built. Of course, while we do have this facility of ODA, let me say that there are institutional challenges, not only in ODA, but also other institutional challenges that I would like to mention after this ODA. Basically, the challenge that we have with this ODA is our low absorptive capacity. I was told 2 years ago by the president of Korea-ASEAN Bank Corporation that they can easily get more ODA funds for the Philippines from the government, through the annual budgetary process. But they said that they will have difficulty justifying increasing ODA funds for the Philippines, simply because the Korean legislators will definitely ask them, why are you proposing more or additional ODA money for the Philippines when the Philippines has not even used up the previous ODA money that they have given, that Korea has given to the Philippines. That this will also partly explain the remark of Professor Park that there are very low investment and ODA money flowing to the Philippines. It's not because of the lack of willingness from the donor governments to engage us, but it's more because of these, shall I say, challenges that we have in the domestic front. As a previous ambassador, I have already brought this to the attention of NEDA, and they are doing something about this. At that time, of course, but the explanation was that there was a change of government from the previous administration to the Aquino administration, that they are having difficulty convening this interagency meeting wherein the various ministers will have to sign this ODA loan facility and so on. Now, structurally, the other challenges are on how to promote ASEAN awareness also, so that we can benefit from AEC. Like, for example, again, the other point that was raised, the valid point that was raised by Professor Park, R&D. We have very few investments. I mean, speaking for ASEAN in general, we have very few investments in R&D. I came to know about this also when we were promoting investments in the Philippines to the Korean semiconductor companies. We're saying that we have a lot of educated, young people that can easily absorb such kinds of projects. But the first reaction that they have is, we have to train our people in these new skills, these new technologies. So at the embassy at the time, we shifted our strategy into approaching Korean institutions, the ones that are doing R&Ds. So at the moment, we are engaging the Korean Ministry of Knowledge Economy, because they oversee the operations of these institutions, so that we can come up with a comprehensive approach to the Korean government providing R&D assistance to the Philippines. And for our part, I guess it's a matter of coming up with a government structure that can also respond to this consortium of Korean government institutes that can assist us in this matter. So it's just a matter of making a push. Now, SMEs. Again, I know where Professor Park and the Koreans are coming. For them, it's easy to discuss SME because they get a lot of support, not only from the government, but also from the big corporations, the chaebols, because these chaebols outsource many of their work to the SMEs. I wish I could also say the same to the big Philippine companies here. Or at the very least, they should not compete with the panaderos and the sari-sari stores, like what Shopwise is doing. So these are the things that we can learn from Korea, the support that they give to the SMEs. But let me say that not everything is lost. Again, there are a lot of criticisms, but the SMEs will lose out in the AEC. But let me tell you, among you, the government officials among you, especially from the DTI, you have a big responsibility on promoting awareness to our SMEs. I know that we have a bureau of SME development. They have a program lined up for this. I guess it's a matter of providing awareness, telling them the opportunities that are available, but most especially showing them examples. And I guess one example that I can give on how SMEs can explore opportunities in other parts of ASEAN and also in Korea is through the example of what Ambassador Elizabeth Buensuceso is wearing right now. Ambassador Buensuceso, can I request you to stand up so that they can see what you are wearing? She is wearing a barong batik. That is a barong batik. That is a product of two Filipino expatriates in Jakarta. They were exporting initially husi, but they saw the potential of a bigger market if they introduce the batik design in the husi material, and that is what you have right in front of you. That is a very good example of how Philippine SMEs can benefit from the AEC. Now, how do you apply that to Korea? Korea is a very traditional society, and they also have traditional dresses. I'm referring to hanbok. But in hanbok, of course, they are using silk. So why don't we introduce our native materials, like husi and piña, including the embroideries that you have in it. So that is one way for us to, explore the Korean market when it comes to this SME exchange. That would also cover for cultural exchange. So essentially, the challenge that I'm posing now to my colleagues in government is let us open the opportunities, let us show our people the opportunities that they can have in the AEC, in our post-2050 vision. Again, the last point that that I would like to raise here are the challenges that Korea is experiencing at the moment, like the demographic makeup. Korea has a declining growth rate of population, and I believe that this is one potential that we can explore through our people. Right now, there are about 50,000 Filipinos living and working there, and I believe that it's not just a matter of going there, but also the services that we can provide here, like in English education, business process outsourcing. These are the opportunities that are open in the market that we can provide to Koreans. There are other opportunities that we can explore, but in closing, let me say that in looking at the Philippines as a glass that is half full, let me say that many analysts have been observing that the merits of the Philippine economy, that lately we have been getting a lot of credit rating upgrades. Our gross international reserves has grown to over 80 billion US dollars. As a matter of fact, because of that, we have now become a creditor nation. We have lent the previous year about $1 billion US dollar to IMF, as a credit for its credit facility. We have the best global BPO destination. We have top global electronics assembly hub here in ASEAN. Earlier, I have said that we are now the 4th largest shipbuilder in the world. We are the world's next mining power. We were rated as the Asia's trusted logistics support center. We have abundant managerial talents, highly skilled, reliable English-speaking workforce. We have been liberalizing our investment incentive policies. And let me say that for many Korean investors, the best opportunity that we have for them is that we share a lot of affinities, especially cultural affinities. We share the same democratic form of government, and the Philippines is the closest to Korea in terms of distance. So with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Asa Cruz, thank you very much. Actually, thank you to both of our speakers for excellent discussions. Let me just summarize, I think, what we heard from both speakers before I open it up for a short Q&A. Professor Park gave us a data-driven look at Korea and Philippines within the AEC 2015 framework, and pointed out particularly there are 4 pillars, and the 2 he mentioned where he could see some concerns based on economic indicators in his research was with single market production-based pillar 1, and pillar 3, which is the equitable economic development indicators, and suggested some ways of looking at AEC, but within maybe a broader, more regional framework to increase the, I guess, market size and the economic benefits that could come from that. Asa Cruz did not dispute really the data that was presented by Professor Park, but rather asked us to think about looking at it slightly differently, glass half full versus half empty, and in some sense looked at the scorecard. The AEC has a scorecard with these pillars, and I believe he's asking, the way that we could also look at this as a benchmark. So yes, there's a 2015 timeline that has been set up, and their metrics, I guess, number of indicators, somewhere between 80 to 85% are completed with just a year to go. But if we see it as a benchmark, then we've accomplished a lot so far, although there's still a way to go. And really the challenge is not in the willingness to do something, but really in the implementation. And I think with that, summarizing the first two sessions, really there's different ways to look at the partnership between Korea and the Philippines. And I think the challenge we have is, and we saw it with our two speakers just now in session 2, is the unit of analysis that we're choosing, whether it's bilateral between Korea and Philippines or a regional one like ASEAN, AEC, or as both of our speakers alluded to, the RCEP, which is ASEAN plus 6. So depending on what market level you're discussing, could change the way you think about what lies ahead or what challenges we still face or what we've accomplished. And second is time frame. So there's been decades of economic activity, political and social relationship between the two countries. And of course it's coming to more of a convergence with AEC, but within that context we've heard about how things have evolved, and so depending on how you look at that, there has been a lot of progress. And then finally, the mix of metrics. So, I mean, one thing I've noted already is you hear slightly different numbers, slightly different rankings. So in some sense, there's also a challenge of what kind of data we want to use to discuss the potential in the economic cooperation between the two countries as well. So I think that's some of the challenges. So anyways, with that as a summary, I'd like to just open up the floor to questions for our two speakers. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I apologize that I may have to accelerate some of the discussion, but please, you could raise your hand or, okay, what I'll do is I'll point and maybe you could go up to the microphones, please. So, actually, Bob, behind you. First. Oh, no. First, hold on. First him. Okay. Okay, then you. Okay.
Good morning, sir. And thank you for the presentations of ASEC, Cruz, and Professor Park. I appreciate the initiatives, the strong presence of Korea in the Philippines. I'm particular about the R&D challenge for the Philippines, specifically for the academic institutions, for the universities in the Philippines. I'd like to know from Professor Park, do you have partnership or collaborations with Philippine universities in order to improve the R&D requirements? And perhaps you may want to consider partnering with AIM. By the way, I'm Reb from AIM ASEAN project. So I was thinking as well that in your future endeavors, you may consider AIM to be a partner in doing case writing on priority topics like SMEs, biotech, and biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, I have been observed for a long time about the R&D in Southeast Asia. So I'm very much worried about the R&D activity in ASEAN. And even in Philippines, Philippines is the maybe worse than other the ASEAN founding members countries. But look at Malaysia. Malaysia sent many students to Korea to study the R&D sector, engineering or science. And so I don't know whether Philippine government sent the student to Korea. And even, I don't know, so I suggest the Philippine government invest more money to send the student to Korea or Japan. Maybe some other countries. That's the, you know, the government, without government assistance, you cannot raise the R&D activities. When we retrospect the Korean case, in 1960, Korean government established the big research institute about R&D in science and technology. So that time was the President Park Chung-hee, and one of the most successful policy, which I think is his R&D investment. So that's the most important thing. And about the SME, and also SME is the very problem in Southeast Asia, because the production sharing, I mean the international production network is spreading East Asia, and now China is becoming the hub of the production sharing in East Asia. And how the Southeast Asian SMEs can participate in such evolving the production sharing system. So I wonder, and I want to learn the answer actually about the SMEs, how to cooperate the SMEs. Please tell me somebody to me, and then I can say it to Korean government or Korean society. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Okay, number 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Nasser Sharif. I am a business development consultant of Hanshin International. First off, I'd like to thank University for inviting me here. I'm not actually supposed to be here. My question is that came way back a month ago, because certain Dr. Safrola Dipatwan, who was a keynote speaker in one of the forums here a month ago, had a meeting with my group from Korea, and because we are building power plants here in the Philippines, especially the PPS project, made by Hyundai. It's a 1.7 megawatt project. We want to break into the middle market, especially the RMN. We went to Surigao, so we met Dr. Safrola Dipatwan, who is the chairman of the BDA, the Bangsamoro Development Authority, and politely, the chairman listened to us for almost an hour as we, make
Sorry,
ourselves
you have to get to the question.
Okay, now I'm coming to this.
Okay.
The question is very obvious. Is there any structure, a program by Korea for the Bangsamoro? That's it.
All right, thank you. Did you want to direct it to a particular? Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to address it to Her Excellency Elizabeth, Dr. Park, and even the ambassador.
Thank you.
Well, to be honest with you, we have not been a very active partner in peace processing in Mindanao, but we are actually, our government and our embassy are getting more and more interested in the potential role that our government will be able to play in Bangsamoro actually. So our economic counselor, the economic counselor from our embassy, is now attending the seminar, which is I think held in Davao from today. So we will. I'm sure that our embassy and our government, our home government, will try our best to be of some help to the Bangsamoro process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Let me see, I saw a bunch of hands before. We don't have that much time, so there might be 1 or 2 more questions. I'm sorry. Plus lunch is waiting, so we're competing against the but maybe at the back, please, the microphone. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Cantos. I'm a retired from NEDA 11 years ago. I don't know why there's no speaker from NEDA here. Last year there was one, Ms. Flores. I had with a copy of this what was received last year. And my question is to Ambassador Louis Cruz about ODA and absorptive capacity. I spent half my stint in NEDA holding the ODA. Based on this material distributed last year, Korea's ODA is mostly on transport, agriculture and forestry, education, and EDCF operations plan is for, again, transport, Magindingan Airport, Princesa, etc. And then one on water resources, Kalaor. To increase absorptive capacity, may I propose that EDCF projects be converted from project loans to program loans. This is how the projects for World Bank and AGB for money collection evolved, so that the absorptive capacity is increased. Because project loans are individual loans, you have to deal with individual agencies, maybe as many as 10 or more. Whereas the program loans, you only have to deal with one or two, maybe finance department, BBM. That's for the EDCF for the loans. For the grant portion, may I suggest that the COICA increase its allocation for trainees and scholars? I recall that Mombushu and JICA are now scaling back on the scholars and trainees. So can COICA take up the slack? COICA can increase the allocation for scholars and trainees by expanding the coverage not only to government officials and employees, but also to private sector, academe, NGOs, media. So those two proposals to increase absorptive capacity. One on the EDCF to convert the project loans into program loans, structural adjustment, and on grants for COICA to expand its scholars and trainees to beyond the government employees. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's like you have maybe 1 minute. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I cannot but agree more to what Mr. Cantas has just brought up. Because essentially, the reason why we have this low absorptive capacity is because of the many bureaucracies, many layers of bureaucracies, red tape, that this project approval has to go through. So I guess his proposal on converting this project loans to project to program loans would be a better alternative to this, no? To somehow decongest this maze of bureaucracies. Now for scholarships, I guess that would be a matter for the Korean government to respond to. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Asa Cruz and Professor Park. I'm sorry we ran over time, but thanks for everyone being patient. If you have more questions, we're moving into lunch now, I believe, and please approach the speakers from this morning. And I guess lunch is being served or feedback. Okay, so please help yourself to the luncheon that's just outside the doors, and you can bring it back and eat here on the side. Okay. All right, so thank you very much, everyone, and we'll look forward to seeing you at, what time are we having the next session start? 1:30? Okay, at 1:30 will be the start of session 3, please. So, all right, thank you, everyone.
For this session, please welcome our moderator, Professor Song Kyu Kim, Core Faculty of the Asian Institute of Management.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the lunch. This session will be a discussion about Korean community building effort by promoting the understanding the culture and establishing an identity that is distinct Asian. With its rich cultural, intellectual, and technological resources, Korea hopes to upgrade people-to-people exchanges with its Asian neighbor, and to achieve the cultural renaissance in Asia. I would like to invite two speakers. First, the Professor In-Gyu Oh is the director of the RIKS, the Center of Hanryu Studies, Korea University. And the second speaker is Professor Lipua, who is Associate Director at Ateneo Initiative for Korea Studies. Please welcome to both speakers. Okay, welcome. For the first speaker, Professor In-Gyu Oh, he is currently part of a 4-editional board, Cross Currents, the Asian Journal of Innovation and Policy, and the International Journal of Technology Management and Sustainable Development, and the International Journal of Technology Marketing. He has taught as a professor, a visiting professor, and a lecturer at 10 universities in over 5 countries outside of Korea. With his recent interest focused on the economic sociology and globalization, entertainment industry or Hallyu, innovation and technology management, international business, comparative East Asia political economy, and organizational theory and organizational behavior. His most recent journal article publication are comparing state economics ideologies and business ethics in East Asia for the Korean Observer and a League of Their Own, a female Hallyu fan and Korea-Japan relations, with a Chungmuk for the Pacific focus. He acquired his PhD in sociology, organization theory from the University of Oregon, his MA in political science from Ohio State University, and his BA in English literature and political science from Roosevelt University. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor In-Gyu Oh.
Okay, thanks for inviting me over here all the way to the Philippines. I'm originally from Korea, and it was such a grueling trip for me because I was coming from Argentina because of a similar occasion there. It's about Hallyu and global phenomenon these days, I think, a cultural phenomenon. And I assume that this organization probably had never invited a cultural specialist before because culture was not part of the ASEAN agenda. As you know, probably you focus mostly on politics, economics, and development, or health issues maybe. But as you know, Hallyu is becoming a cultural, pop culture phenomenon, is a global success story these days. So you may probably want to learn a lot more about Korean experiences through interactions between Korea and ASEAN. And thanks again for all the hard work you have put into this, into organizing this event, and especially thanks to Korean Embassy, and Ambassador Lee, and AIN faculty members and the team here. My topic is about cultural cooperation between the Philippines and Korea, and the word cultural cooperation is a very odd thing because it has never been really studied in the past, has never been suggested in the past in detail, and probably a lot of you have never heard of this cultural cooperation thing. So I'll try to explain this term in a very simple way so that you can have a clear understanding of what I'm trying to say today and what we can achieve at the end of the day. So I don't know whether you can read this, such a small letters, but there I try to define what cultural cooperation means, and types of cultural cooperation and methods of cultural cooperation, and why we need cultural cooperation these days. So it is being printed in a collection of essays today, so you can read them. But basically, it is different from economic, political, or security, national security cooperation between countries on a bilateral, multilateral, whatever level relations, because it's about soft power. Soft power basically means an attraction of cultural or soft side of one nation's wealth or power by other people in other countries. So that has been a very hard issue these days in international relations, because people like Zuellig, when he wrote this book about soft power, he said America is in danger these days because America no longer has the global hegemony, not as in terms of political or military prowess, but in terms of cultural power. So soft power is an emerging term that has to be studied further, or probably empirically studied, analyzed further. So here, our main focus today too is in the study of cultural cooperation is about our soft power. So if you look at this, I'll skip a little bit quickly. If you look at this, there are some of the recent nascent ways of measuring soft power in international politics. So here, South Korea, as of 2012, stands number 13 in the world in its soft power index, whereas in the Philippines, you're not still on the board, top 30. So I assume that if soft power is the key concept here, and there is imbalance between countries in terms of how much they got in their cultural attractiveness to other countries and other peoples, then there must be some room for cooperation, like economic cooperation and political cooperation, or national security cooperation. And there is U.S., the Philippines bilateral national security cooperation. The solution there is that the United States will help in terms of its military power. So same thing in cultural cooperation. We need the cooperation on an equal basis or unequal basis. Here, the difference, however, is in the military, political, economic realms, equal or unequal relations or cooperation is sometimes by force or by unwilling or involuntary cooperation or will. But in cultural cooperation, we somehow find a very different types of motivation behind this, because it is a bottom-up relations. So if you look at Hallyu phenomenon in the world, or in the Philippines per se, it is not the government that tried to pursue or persuade people to fall in love with foreign culture, or Filipino culture, or Korean culture. It was a much more grassroots, bottom-up process, what people loved or fell in love with another country's culture. So cooperation is much more voluntary, much more willing, here leading to a mutual benefit. There are different types of cultural cooperation, like I said, but here the cultural, cultural cooperation can lead to economic, social, and political consequences. So there are three possible consequences you can talk about in cultural cooperation, but I'm not going to go into details today. Methods of cultural cooperation, there could be free, limited, or banned. So here in the era of globalization, global cultural cooperation, soft power relations between countries, we're more or less talking about free or limited. So there are many different examples, right? If you talk to Canada and the United States, Canadians and Americans, they're talking about free cultural trade or relations. If you talk to Americans and British people, they're talking about 100% free cultural cooperation. But if you talk to China and Japan, or Korea and Japan in the past, or North Korea and South Korea as we speak of, are doing what they call banned cultural cooperation. And why do you need the cultural political cooperation these, or cultural, economic, or social cooperation these days? Well, there could be several, but one can see that there is a growing need among countries these days in the 21st century as we become more globalized and integrated in the so-called global system. And here the key word is not about freedom, democracy, or equal opportunity for everybody, but rather it's about money and English. So we have more need to defend our nations, our region, our neighbors, because we don't speak English and we don't have dollars. So there is some urgent need here in the global era that is not only economic, political, or social insecurity you're facing, but you're facing daily, increasingly more important threats of cultural imperialism. So that could be one of the needs why we need to fight that, and that's why everybody in this world now seems to embrace a term called non-imperialistic cultural movements, such as reggae from Jamaica and K-pop from Korea. So past examples of cultural cooperation, and mainly, like I said, it is English-based. So mainly it was between developed countries like North America and Europe. So if you turn on your television these days, or tune into one of those HBO type of movie channels, what you see 80% of the time is American movies, Hollywood movies. So, but if you look at closely Hollywood movies, what do you see? You see actors and actresses who are not speaking American English. They're speaking British or Aussie English. So what that means is that Hollywood is now is a product of cultural cooperation between North America and Europe. Same thing in Asia. There has been a lot of cultural cooperation, such as between Korea and the United States. We have chorus cooperation. And whenever we sign what they call free trade agreements these days, part of the free trade agreement is cultural agreement. The reason is because if you look at the 2013 data, out of a total $17 trillion of total global trade, about 4% of that is cultural trade. That's about $600 billion a year, and it's growing. That's only $600 billion is only for 2010. I think it would be about much more in 2013. So it's a hot issue, and in all bilateral, multilateral free trade agreement tables, like we're doing right now between China and Korea, discussing what we're going to do about culture, not about politics, not about economics, not about social issues per se, but more of a cultural twang to it. So same thing, we had a lot of problem with Korea and EU agreement, free trade agreement about cultural issues, because the EU was arguing that Korea gains more from this free trade agreement in terms of cultural trade. And now we have Korea-Japan cooperation for cultural diversity. This happened especially since 1995. And we haven't established in the future talks about ASEAN and Korea cultural relations. I think this could be the beginning. So if you meet up again in Busan this year, probably you can start seriously about cultural cooperation. So what's the consequence of cultural cooperation? Well, we want diversity, not globalization per se. Like I said, globalization is English and US dollars. But in a real, genuine cultural cooperation, we want a huge cultural diversity between member countries or partner countries. So what do you mean by diversity? This is multiculturalism diversity. So when you look at this, you have a set of four quadrants here. And each quadrant is not perfect because it's not about multiculturalism. We had a lot of experiences of cultural conflicts, animosity between groups and ethnic groups. So we want to go into the middle of the quadrants. That's true multiculturalism. So that's where we're going to. So we want to maintain, preserve diversity, but also we want to be able to find universal common ground of cultural similarities so that we can communicate. The problem is Korea is in number 2 quadrant. I don't see any here. This is where Korea is, and this is where the Philippines is. So we're not in the same quadrant. So we want to work together. If we do cultural cooperation, we want to meet here in the middle somewhere. That's the whole purpose of cultural cooperation, the aim of this cultural cooperation. So this is the consequence, because we are in different quadrants, which means we will have problems when we first encounter each other. So this is the problem we got. We have about Filipino brides and entertainers in Korea about this many, 2012. And Filipino workers about this many in 2013, and we have Koreans about this many in 2012. So you have what we call, this is a term that we use in cultural studies, we call cultural deficit, of 40,000 plus migrants. So what that means is that Philippines is now servicing Koreans more than we service the Filipino people. So cultural diversity, what do you mean by that? We mean 3 possible frontiers of cultural diversity: economic, social, and political. Right? Again, same thing. There are imbalances. So here, the problem is you provide more to us in terms of cultural and natural resources, whereas we don't have nothing really to offer to you in terms of cultural or natural resources. So we got the imbalance of people's movements. Whereas we nonetheless have higher soft power, which means we want to restrict some of the movements of people from other countries into Korea. So we have this cultural deficit. So we want to work out on this cultural deficit first so that we can meet in the middle ground, the true multicultural point. So because we are running out of time, we're going to skip all this and then we'll look at the K-pop case, because this is the one possible real area we can work together to establish cultural cooperation projects. Why we do that? Because we have something to exchange now. Koreans can offer to the Philippines, right? Which we didn't used to. So what do you mean by that? We have knowledge, knowledge of producing K-pop. What do you mean by K-pop? Like I said earlier, it's not English, it's not about dollars. It's about diversity. It's about anti-cultural imperialism. We are fighting against Eurocentral imperialistic cultural domination by Hollywood. So if you look at music industries, like the Filipino President Aquino III gave a speech, right, a month ago too, warning about the Filipino music industry. Right? What do you got? You got digital revolution, which means that all the famous Filipino recording companies are going under because all of the music being copied digitally, right? Illegally distributing. So the Filipino president is now worried about all the Filipino music industry. So how do I save? How do we help the government help the Filipino music industry? We got the answer. K-pop survived the digital revolution. We made money despite the threats of piracy, digital downloads and uploadings. Right? So we got the know-how here that we can provide to the Filipino partners, in exchange of Filipino partners providing us creativity. Right? That's the whole idea of K-pop. So the reason we need to cooperate together in a cultural front, because we have problems with K-pop too. We know that K-pop is a very strong technological musical genre that overcame the problems of piracy, right? Digital era piracy, very strong technological advancement. But how do you do that? We worked hard to find out the solution. Not only that, we found the solution to the technological problems, but also we found the problems of English and dollars, right? So this is the only non-major music company in the world, right? There are 3 major music companies. One is British, the other one is American, and the third one Japanese. Only 3 music companies these days. All others, because of digital era, all went out of business. But this one is, K-pop is the only surviving musical alternative to the global major 3, right? So we got know-how, but the problem with K-pop is we are running out of resources. What kind of resources are we talking about? You have, in the Philippines, you have about 350,000 singers and songwriters who are living off of the music industry, right? But that your music industry is going down because of digital revolution. So we can exchange here. You got 350,000 talents in the Philippines, whereas Korea is running out of talents, right? So exchange is possible. That's where I'm getting at. So if you look at this is global division of labor. K-pop is not totally Korean, of course, but it's the only alternative music genre that is alternative to European, Japanese, and American dominance, right? So here, the security is that we mix together all these different resources throughout the global world. So that's why I call K-pop global division of labor. So here, in the K-pop division of labor, we didn't have. If you look at this input process, you don't see ASEAN there. You only see Japanese and North American and European inputs. So here we want to change this part, right? So So eventually we have to change YouTube and iTunes too. But it'll take a lot of time. But we first can change this by working together between Korea and ASEAN. So you got 350,000 talents. That's where we want to put them in this box, right? That's the input process. That's where, of course, all throughout this process, the largest money falls in this box. YouTube and iTunes gets the largest share of K-pop business. But the second largest share falls onto this box, which is a global input process box. So what that means that at the end of the day, Filipino singers and writers, 350,000 of them, worrying about losing their job because of digital revolution, can find new hope by working with the Korean K-pop industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. We're gonna have questions after second speaker. Our second speaker of this session is Professor Sarah Lipura, a faculty member of the Ateneo de Manila University Department of Modern Languages, and she is also Associate Director of the Ateneo Initiative for Korean Studies. She is currently in charge of the University Korean Language and the Cultural classes at the recently approved minor in Korea Studies program. After she finished her fellowship in Korea as a Korea Foundation Fellow in year 2006, she returned to the Philippines and has since then been actively involved in the activities that promote exchanges between Filipinos and Koreans. She graduated from the University of the Philippines with a bachelor degree in political science and master degree in Asian study, major in Korea, and is currently representing the country in the World Association of Hanryu Study. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Lipura.
Thank you for the kind introduction and good afternoon. I'm extremely honored to be invited to this important forum, but to be honest, I must say that I'm also very nervous, less because I'm the last presenter, but more because the previous presenter has more expertise on the topic that I'll be talking about, which is Hallyu or Korean Wave, translated in English. So if you have questions later, you may address them directly to Professor O. Just kidding. Anyway, thank you, Professor O, for your presentation on Philippines-Korea cultural cooperation, which I believe is a very suitable introduction to a discussion on Hallyu. Hallyu or Korean Wave is such an exciting yet very broad subject. In recent years, we have witnessed how it has drawn the attention not only of the media, but also of the academe, such that it has now emerged as a legitimate subject of study that has brought scholars from different disciplines and regions. So this alone, for me, is already a strong indication of how Hallyu, both as a subject and phenomenon, can potentially bridge cultures and connect peoples together. So my task this afternoon is actually that, to explore that potential. Entitled Korean Wave in Motion, exploring the potential of Hallyu in bridging peoples and cultures, the Philippine experience, my talk is premised on the assumption that Hallyu is an evolving, continuously changing phenomenon embraced, adapted, even personalized and communalized to an extent by its global audience and consumers into their own local and personal contexts. Hence, the photos that you can see here are not photos of Korean idols, but of Filipino youth Hallyu enthusiasts. These are actually university students from Ateneo who have, as you can see, shown their own version of K-pop dance and song. So let me now present you the three questions that the organizers asked me to address. First, which Hallyu products are patronized the most by Filipinos? So I relate this to Hallyu and community building because the shared desire and interest in these products bring together people from different backgrounds into one community. Second, What factors contributed to the popularity or success of Hallyu in the country? So if you consult the growing literature on Korean Wave, you will find multiple frameworks and theories that attempt to answer this question, some contradicting each other while others supporting each other's claims. However, for this research, I have to say that it recognizes the fact that there is no one theory that can holistically explain the success of Hallyu because it will really depend on which aspect you're looking at. However, the focus on the cultural hybridity theory is necessary for this study because it is the most appropriate framework that best explains the collective views of my respondents when asked the above question. Finally, the third question, how can Hallyu promote people-to-people exchanges? So the potential of Hallyu as an agent of cultural diplomacy will be explored here, and I will also attempt to relate this to the potential contribution of Korea and the Philippines in strengthening people-to-people ties. So data for the above questions were gathered through key informant interviews and qualitative survey. For the latter, I had 100 respondents who were chosen through purposive sampling, 73 of whom are female with ages ranging from 15 to 19 and 20 to 24. Majority are also members of Hallyu-related clubs and organizations. It is important to note, however, that the analysis produced by this research is mainly drawn from the Philippine experience. While I have attempted to consult a number of ASEAN students, their number is insignificant to produce any conclusive analysis. Nonetheless, the views shared by my respondents, no matter how limited, may still provide important insights to the issues in question. So here are my findings. First, it is crucial to discuss how Filipino consumers of Hallyu define and understand the phenomenon. In my previous studies, 4 themes have emerged as categories for definition: spatial, affective, comparative, and political. So spatial refers to definitions of Hallyu that emphasize the scope of influence and movement across space of Korean Wave. It talks about the spread and proliferation of Korean culture within and beyond national borders. Affective tackles how consumers of Hallyu feel about the phenomenon, how Korean Wave products impact on the emotions and perhaps also on the psyche. Concepts that represent this type of definition include Korean sensation, fascination with Korean culture, Korean craze, addiction, fandom, Korean fever, and Korean fantasy. Comparative, on the other hand, distinguishes Hallyu as uniquely Korean and different from other foreign pop cultures received by Filipinos, such as the Mexican novelas, J-pop, and Chi-novelas. And lastly, political, which equates Hallyu as soft power or associates it with the political campaign of the Korean government to promote Korea globally. By the way, Korean Wave actually comprises a bundle of Korean cultural content and products. While it first denotes the popularity of Korean drama, it later expanded to include the popularity of K-pop or Korean music, then Korean films, then it resulted to other derivatives ranging from Korean food and language to fashion and cosmetics. Hallyu and community building. When respondents were asked to identify 3 Hallyu products that they patronize or consume the most, K-pop, K-drama, and K-food emerged as the top answers. K-pop 40%, K-drama 25%, and K-food 14%. So it is interesting to know that these products have in fact brought together Filipinos to form communities through fan clubs and organizations, online and physical, as a way of expressing their shared interests. For K-pop, for instance, there is the Philippine K-pop Convention Incorporated, which, according to the study of Dean, is the first and biggest non-profit K-pop organization in the country, which is officially registered in the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Bureau of Internal Revenue. The organization is the umbrella organization of more than 60 Philippine Hallyu fan clubs, which organize the annual Philippine K-pop convention. They are going to have, in fact, the 6th convention this year. On the other hand, there also exists the Korean Drama Society in the Philippines. According to Helwina Sadora, the founding chairperson of said society, it is an umbrella organization of fan groups mainly composed of online fan pages dedicated to Korean dramas and Korean drama actresses. It was founded on July 2011, and as a community of fans sharing the same interest, Korean Drama Society aims to bring out the good influence of Korean dramas to Filipinos. There is approximately 20 Korean drama or Korean drama artist fan page / group with a minimum of 25 individual active members each. The second question we need to address is what factors contributed to Hallyu's popularity or success, specifically in the Philippines. As I've mentioned earlier, there is no one theory that completely addresses this question, as there are multiple factors contributing to Hallyu's spread globally. Political, economic, social, cultural, etc. But as far as this study is concerned, the views of the respondents tackle only the social and cultural aspects, and they may be lumped into 5 themes and categorized under 3 main frameworks. So 35% of the respondents referred to cultural proximity as the main reason for the popularity of Korean Wave in the Philippines. For them, Filipino consumers embrace it because they find it easy to relate with as it is Asian. They find it familiar, and they think that they are also quite exposed to it already in the first place because of the strong presence of Koreans in the country. On the other hand, 20% attribute it to consumer behavior and orientation in the sense that it appeals to their own personal tastes, or they just find themselves being influenced by their circle of friends and acquaintances. In short, trend or bandwagon effect. Majority, however, cited quality and aesthetics, such as appearance of idols, skills and talents of artists, plot and storyline, genre of music and fashion, accessibility or the use of modern technology to make the cultural content widely available, and novelty or it being unique, innovative and dynamic, as the main reasons for the popularity of Hallyu in the Philippines. So all of these have components of cultural hybridity. But what do we mean by that? Many scholars refer to this as the fusion of Asian and Western, traditional and modern components. The researchers sought the views of respondents on how they view the content of K-pop and K-drama as the 2 most patronized cultural content of Hallyu. For K-pop, which is quite expected, 58% answer that they think it's a hybrid culture, portraying both Asian and Western components. Example, K-pop songs uses both Western and Asian languages, English and Korean. It is Asian in style and Western in composition. It mixes Asian context and Western beat, Asian in attitude but Western in presentation, rooted in Asia but adopts and adapts Western style. Only 1% said that it is predominantly Western and 34% it's predominantly Asian. For K-drama, respondents perceived it to be more Asian than it is Western or hybrid. They said, for instance, that content, plot, and storyline of Korean dramas promote Asian values such as family-centeredness, harmony, respect, superior subordinator relationships, teamwork, or group-orientedness. It was also seen as less vulgar than Western dramas. On the other hand, 26% perceived it to be hybrid because they said it is also quite common in dramas to find characters who are Western educated, according to the storyline, and who symbolize affluence and power. Some dramas are likewise filmed in Western countries or that they showcase time traveling to two eras, past and present, and sometimes even future. Example will be dramas such as Rooftop Prince, Dr. Jin, My Love from the Stars, among others. However, I would like to propose an alternative view of hybridity. As a researcher, hybridity in postmodern terms should no longer be seen as just a fusion of what is Asian and Western, as it implies dichotomization of the two, and that Asian is traditional and Western is modern. I would like to encourage a discourse that goes beyond this view by approaching hybridity as a more complex web of processes and contexts that combine past and present, local and global, consumption and production, and personal and communal. This matrix, as you can see, depicts a combination of hybridity views espoused by different scholars, and I have attempted to add one additional component, which is personal and communal. So time period hybridity is described by Zhang and Kim in their study as a mixture of values and characteristics from different time periods. These are strongly seen in many K-dramas and films that portray Korean culture's past, present, and future. This results from Korea's compressed modernization, which according to Chang, allows the concomitant existence of the past and the present, or tradition and modernity. This is also especially visible in K-pop, which has the ability to appear both modern/postmodern and traditional, when artists are trained using traditional Korean values and work ethics only to be transformed into modern idols. The time hybridity concept also assumes Hallyu to be continually evolving and changing, such that old forms and components become traditional and replaced by new ones. Spatial, local, global hybridity. This may be taken in two ways. First is the fact that while Hallyu is a global phenomenon transcending the borders of its origin, Korea, experience tells that it also has the ability to be localized into specific contexts. Another aspect where the local global hybridity may be seen is in the production of K-pop, for instance, as what the studies of Oh and Park suggest. According to them, K-pop is produced through the GLG process, global outsourcing, local manufacturing, and global distribution, where Korean entertainment agencies or companies outsource Western producers and composers, manufacture local artists into idols, and then globally distribute the finished product through the internet and social networking services. Consumption production is another form of hybridity manifested by the Korean wave. Consumers of Hallyu also become producers themselves as they adopt and adapt what they consume. For instance, scholars such as Stoffer, Jenkins, and Tan label them as prosumers, combination of producers and consumers, who are those who create when they consume. Interactive consumption embedded in production, as they say. And lastly, a new concept of hybridity that I'd like to introduce and bring into the discourse is the fusion of personal and communal response to Hallyu cultural content. When talking about Hallyu consumption, we also deal with the self, how we personally process and react to what we consume, and how our own reflections of our consumption allow us to bring this to the level of community. Our consumption of Hallyu may also be seen as resulting from internal and external influences, a combination of our own personal tastes, what we like, what we enjoy, and our desire to share these interests to those who have the same. So we move to the third and last question, which is, can Hallyu promote people-to-people exchanges? So in order to answer this, we need to address first the issue of awareness and perception. Any form of positive exchange cannot occur without an awareness and positive perception of the other with whom or with which exchange is attempted or intended. Hence, I first asked my respondents what their perceptions of Korea are pre- and post-Hallyu to evaluate whether or not the latter can contribute to positive people-to-people exchanges. The answers were varied and multi-level: global, regional, sub-regional, national, and personal. Pre-Hallyu, no impression of Korea that is global in nature was forwarded. Post-Hallyu, some of them now perceive Korea as a cosmopolitan country, promoter of global culture, catalyst of music that is globally acceptable. Regional. Pre-Hallyu, majority of the respondents said that Korea is just another country in Asia. Post-Hallyu, Korea is now characterized as one of the biggest economies in Asia. Sub-regional. Pre-Hallyu, Korea was always juxtaposed to its neighbors China and Japan, often with a marginal view of it, describing it as smaller than its two neighbors, hence less powerful, or as a country similar to them with no specific identity. Post-Hallyu, it is still being compared, but now to Japan, probably in a positive sense, implying advancement and progress. National. Well, pre-Hallyu, Filipinos associate Korea with war, dictatorship, exclusivity, and closeness and division. Post-Hallyu, they say that Korea is a technologically advanced, fast-paced country with talented artists, country where technology and tradition gel well together. And lastly, personal, which to me is the most interesting. For post-Hallyu, Filipino consumers now perceive Korea as the land of their dreams, as a dream destination, a country worth visiting and living in, and even a place of fantasy, where one can meet his or her future partner. There was even one respondent who said that Korea is the land where I will meet my nampion. And nampion is husband in Korean. So this table, taken from the study of Kim, shows the stages of the spread of Hallyu and how it can potentially lead to the strengthening of people-to-people relations. First phase, you'll see here is the popularity of Korean pop culture. Second phase, purchase of Korean popular culture products. Third phase, talks about derivatives of consumption and of other Korean products. And lastly, formation of a favorable impression of Korea. So the following are examples of the multifaceted and multi-level exchanges facilitated by Hallyu, drawn from the actual experiences of Filipino Hallyu enthusiasts. I would like to highlight that this research focuses on people's initiatives and not of the state when talking of people-to-people exchanges. And by people-to-people exchanges, I also mean between Koreans and Filipinos, and likewise among Filipino Hallyu consumers. So academic and cultural, I'd like to cite in particular the case of university students. Like in our university, majority, if not all, they enroll in our career-related courses because of their fascination with Hallyu products. Due to the same reason, these same students apply for scholarships in Korea or join our Korea study tour programs. In addition, they create their own organizations within the university that organize cultural festivals that showcase both Filipino and Korean culture in partnership with Korean students. Trade and tourism. Hallyu fans comprise the bulk of Filipino tourists to Korea because traveling to Korea is considered a pilgrimage to them. Trade is also part of Hallyu fandom. Not only do fans purchase Korean merchandises, but they themselves connect directly with Korean suppliers and sell the products in the Philippines. Third, charity and philanthropy is another interesting and important aspect of Hallyu facilitated people-to-people exchange. On the one hand, Korean artists conduct fundraising campaigns for Filipinos in need. For example, they donated big time to Yolanda victims. And on the other, Filipino fans donate stuff rice, for example, to the foundation supported by their idols that assist Koreans in need. Fourth, networking and formation of social capital. This is also about community building exemplified by fandom. Because of shared interest in Hallyu products, friendships are formed and networks are created. Lastly, mutual respect through self-expression and awareness of the other. Hallyu offers an exciting venue for Filipino consumers to express themselves and pursue their passion. Their appreciation of Korean culture are also appreciated by the Koreans themselves, who in return develop positive connection with Filipinos and are encouraged to learn about us and our culture too. So in conclusion, my study identifies 5 areas of potential where culture represented by Hallyu may facilitate and promote exchanges between peoples and cultures. Form and feature. The diverse forms and features of Hallyu products promote community building among those who develop and share the same interest in them. Formula of production and distribution. The fusion of global production and distribution that reach a wide audience allow for the localization, adaptation, and personalization of Hallyu consumption and production, which strengthens connection between producers and consumers. Fandom, self-explanatory. It's about formation of friendships and networks. Feedback. In addition to the wide and warm acceptance by consumers of Hallyu products, another form of feedback is a diversification of Hallyu products that allow it to continuously change and evolve, providing more avenues and opportunities for consumers to enjoy what they consume with others. Now, Hallyu's future, we cannot predict this, but when the 4 above are combined, Hallyu's potential in serving as a bridge, not only among Filipinos, but also between Filipinos and Koreans, and even Filipinos and other ASEAN peoples is clear. So part 2 of the ASEAN Vision 2020, I'm not an expert on ASEAN, but I just like to mention a few things on how this culture, Hallyu facilitated cultural cooperation may also contribute to people-to-people exchanges, not only between Korea and the Philippines, but also among ASEAN. So it says that it hopes to create an ASEAN socio-cultural community, a community that is, among others, vibrant and open, technologically competitive, dynamic, caring, and capable of enhancing human development. So while Korea is not technically a country from the ASEAN, it shares some common experiences with us and possesses some characteristics that can be inspiring for ASEAN countries. For instance, it was also colonized in the past. Second, it represents a culture from outside of the core. And third, its own development experience can be taken as a lesson. So because of these factors, Korea is not seen as threatening or imperialistic by ASEAN countries, and Hallyu, which is all the more widely and warmly accepted, becomes a more effective form of cultural diplomacy. So in relation to this, strengthening a Philippines-Korea partnership that will strengthen people-to-people relations in return between our two countries may serve as a model for ASEAN to follow. But it is important that this partnership be grounded on mutual respect and mutual acknowledgement and appreciation of our cultures. And I'm very happy to share that in the Philippine experience, a lot of the initiatives that try to pursue this, for instance, those being done by the United Korean Community Association and other Filipino private organizations, are actually on this track, now pursuing this kind of partnership. So for research, lastly, replication of the same research that takes into account the views of consumers of other ASEAN countries is necessary. So this ends my presentation, and I hope that we ourselves, as we will utilize our own pride in our country and culture to bridge peoples and cultures too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor O and Professor Lipua. Now we have like 5 to 10 minutes to get a questions Q&A session. So do you have any questions or any comments about the Korean culture, or in other words called the Hallyu? Gentleman over there, you can, front up to the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is moderator. I noticed that something triggered the surge of Korean tourists and students. This same thing also triggered the proliferation of Korean convenience stores and Korean restaurants. And it was also this thing that triggered the inflow of Korean novellas and also Hallyu. What is it? I think it was the winning of a Korea-National in the Pinoy Big Brother several years ago. Miss Sandra Park. I think it was her winning that triggered the inflow of Korean tourists and students, that triggered the proliferation of Korean convenience stores and restaurants, and that triggered the inflow of Korean novellas and K-pop. I hope there's somebody from the Department of Tourism here, because I know that for the past several years, the government has ignored the contribution of Miss Park in introducing or reintroducing the Philippines into Korea. While it may be late, I hope the Department of Tourism would recognize the unheralded contribution of Miss Park towards these cultural exchanges between Korea and Philippines. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question, and it actually has to do with the cultural deficit I was talking about. You are servicing more Koreans than we are servicing the Filipinos. So what that means is there's a hierarchy of culture. When Koreans come here, they bring their culture with them. Whereas when Filipino brides come to Korea, they cannot, because there's a hierarchy of culture. So we have to turn that around, make it cultural difference into a cultural surplus here. So if you service more Koreans, you gotta have cultural surplus, not deficit. That the reality, however, is you got the deficit. How the way you turn it around is to promote communication, intercultural communication, and interactions with Koreans. Right? That's, I think, the way to deal with the problem.
Gentlemen up there.
Now, I guess this is a difficult subject because how do you, or whatever it is, Korean pop culture, I'm over 50 years old already, so I have to identify myself with the older generation. So, in my time, I didn't have to, see this in the context of the Japanese culture. In the black and white films in the 60s, if you remember, FPGs and the other films, the villain are always the Japanese. And then when the martial art, karate, came into focus, then it was reintroduced, and then the Japanese again came to the fore. And after that, there were some movies like Waters, but it didn't quite caught on. I think the reason why Korean pop caught on is the lack of stigma, because in case of the Philippines, it was never occupied by any Korean forces, unlike the Japanese forces. And another thing that I would want to point out is that if anything, the K-pop culture teaches the Filipinos is that there's always room for originality. In the case of the Philippines, we always, before this Korean phenomenon, we always associate ourselves with the United States. Whenever something happens in the United States, we relate it to the Philippines. We also have, for instance, faces, artists like, for instance, Eddie Mesa as serving as the Elvis Presley of the Philippines or something like that. And so these things goes on and on. And my point is that because of the lack of stigma with the Korean culture, it becomes palatable to the Filipinos. What do you think?
I think that's a yes, but I'd also like to add that prior to the popularity of all these, Korean media products, among Filipinos. Let's remember that it all started, at least, the role of the media is very big. It all started when GMA7, in fact, shown the drama called Bright Girl. But prior to that, what did we have? We only have the Taiwanese telenovela called F4, but Taiwan was not able to offer any other media product that the Philippines enjoyed. And prior to that, we also had Mexican novelas. I think the Filipinos got very used to Mexican novelas or Latin American media products already. That the Korean cultural content, the Filipinos found it unique and novel. That makes them, more interested in it. And another thing is that these Korean cultural content, as I've mentioned in my presentation, they continuously evolve and become more diversified. So Filipinos now are not just consuming K-music or K-drama, but they are also consuming other Korean products that were actually derivatives of K-pop and K-dramas, which were originally consumed. So I think that's the reason why, until now, when did Bright Girl start? Late 1990s, 1997, but until now, the Filipinos are still into, these Korean cultural products, not just dramas, not just music, but anything Korean.
Well, it's almost time's up, so we're gonna have a last question to accept.
Jayani from the ASEAN Institute. I'm not sure it's right to ask a question because I'm a speaker, but the speakers in this session mentioned the cultural exchange imbalance between Korea and the Philippines and Korea-ASEAN. And I'd like to ask the question: what should be the governments, both ASEAN and Korea's governments' role in fixing this imbalance, cultural exchange imbalance, and particularly there is an organization called Korea-ASEAN Center established in South Korea. What should be the role of the Korea-ASEAN Center in fixing the cultural imbalance between Korea and ASEAN? And then before I go, I have to mention that the Ambassador Lee sitting in front of me has been very instrumental in setting up Korea-ASEAN Center. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's a very nice question, and I actually didn't have enough time to explain that question in my presentation. But there is a slide, if you take a look at my printouts, there's a slide about what the governments can do to correct the problem of cultural deficit. And one important thing you can do as a government is to introduce multicultural education between two countries. A bilateral multicultural education is very important. So in Korea, for example, we have to educate, we have to expand programs of multicultural so that Koreans understand Filipino culture. Koreans do learn Filipino language. Whereas in the Philippines, the government can also introduce not just the Hallyu, but the background of Hallyu. And the background of Hallyu is the whole history of Korean struggle to survive in the global and the Cold War era, and also succeed in economic and political development. And that's the background story of Hallyu that distinguishes Korea from Japan, right? Because Korea was a colony, like you were. The Philippines was part of Japanese colonial imperial history. So we are the same victim of Japanese imperialism. So we share that common historical background. We can share that multicultural, bilateral, multicultural communication through education and government policies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the Professor Oh and Professor Lapua. I hope you to enjoy for these sessions, and then I will hand over to the last session to the Professor Macanas. Thank you very much.
I am the second to the last part of the program before the president of AIM delivers his ending thoughts. I'm supposed to synthesize the 3 sessions, and I hope that this will give you an idea as to how we achieved the title of our gathering today, Envisioning the Future Partnership between Korea and the Philippines within ASEAN. We started the morning by hearing from Secretary of Foreign Affairs Albert Del Rosario and Ambassador Lee on the beginnings of the ASEAN-Korea relationship, which was 25 years ago. This is going to be celebrated in Busan on December 11 and 12. And hence, the purpose of today is to set the stage for our understanding what do we bring to Busan so that we have a better appreciation of not only Philippine bilateral ties with Korea, but also ASEAN. The Philippines, as various ambassadors have noted, is the closest country to Korea geographically. But then we also found out, in terms of people to people, it may be because of the number of tourists, students, and workers. But this proximity of people is just part of the three pillars of the ASEAN integration process. Hence, we divided our discussions on three. The first session was on political, the second was on economic, and the third was on socio-cultural. So this is a natural way of discussing how Korea can view both the Philippines and ASEAN in its relationship as we celebrate also the 65th year of Korea-Philippine relations. We have prepared some very interesting summaries as we saw where we are today versus what is happening and what we need for the future. So let me start by stating where we are from the points of views of the various presenters today. Of course, Ambassador Lee noted that there is a commonness of Korea and the ASEAN and the Filipino people. One, of course, is they are capable people and they are centered on family values and they have shared aspiration for a better future. With that foundation, Ambassador Lee was followed by Secretary Del Rosario, who noted that the Philippines and Korea are natural partners because of our proud tradition of friendship stemming from our deep partnerships in trade, tourism, cultural exchange, education, and investment. But more importantly, he recalled to us what are the outstanding landmarks of that cooperation. The Philippines sending a contingent force to Korea after World War II, and Korea sending its rehabilitation brigade to Typhoon Yolanda victims. Those two outstanding examples are deeply embedded in the minds of the peoples of Korea and the Philippines. And the question is there an equivalent one for ASEAN and Korea? Because this is the Philippines within ASEAN, we were groping for a way of connecting the Philippines to ASEAN. And hence, where we are today is best expressed by the other speakers who said, yes, we have a common shared vision in political, economic, and cultural communities, but we also have the institutional arrangements. And these institutional arrangements include, one, the political, which Professor Lee Jae-yeon noted is embedded in the deeply unstable but seemingly stable situation in the power struggle in the region. Why is this a problem for us? It appears that because of the power struggle in the sense of the United States and its allies and China, Korea and Japan are, of course, players in the Pacific, in the Asia-Pacific region that have to manage the relationships quite well. And the suggested approach of Professor Lee is multilateralism. This multilateral approach, according to him, will make it possible to see Korea not as a threat to ASEAN, but as a partner in understanding the deeper implications of what we have been discussing in several established institutions like the ARF, the Asia Regional Forum, the ASEAN Plus 3, the East Asia Summit, which have of course been discussing peace, safety, and prosperity issues of nation states. We recall that this multilateral consensus within an unstable region has been tested in many other places, And indeed, this is the United Nations way of facing the challenges of different powers in different changing situations. Ambassador Buen Suceso followed with a reminder that the Committee of Permanent Representatives in ASEAN, composed of the ambassadors of the ASEAN members, plus the 9 out of 10 dialogue partners having their unique ambassadors in ASEAN, are there to discuss precisely the kinds of issues that we collectively aspire for, again, in the political, economic, and cultural realms. Sadly, however, of the many projects that are being discussed in the current ASEAN-Korea Plan of Action, only about one-half of the projects are suggested by ASEAN compared to what Korea has proposed. For example, there are 23 ASEAN projects. There are 47 Korean-initiated projects. That's a half. And indeed, we note that the Philippines has only 4 out of those 23 projects. So what is her call to action? That we think more of utilizing the funds that are there, but are hardly absorbed. And this absorption issue was discussed, of course, by other speakers like Ambassador Louis Cruz, who noted that while we have benefited from the partnership, this untapped pool of resources should be seriously considered not only by the Philippines but by the rest of ASEAN. Since we are talking of regional competition when we talk of economics, the idea that collaboration be at the heart of these ASEAN and Philippine approaches surfaced. And among others, we noted that indeed this kind of collaboration and competition at the same time will be the way we look at how ASEAN-Korea or Philippine-Korea partnership will evolve in the future. It cannot just be pure collaboration because eventually we will also compete. This is healthy because we all believe in markets, and the markets will dictate to us that there be an incentive to compete so that we will be the better producers of goods in the world market. Where are we in the cultural sense? Indeed, it appears that while it is the latecomer to the cooperation scheme, Hallyu has made it possible for the Korean cultural soft power to penetrate ASEAN. And the reverse question is, has ASEAN penetrated Korea? And perhaps this kind of reverse cultural soft power will still be a big question for us as we undergo our community exercises. There were many ideas on the needs for cooperation, the second topic of the day. What are the needs in the priority sectors according to Secretary Del Rosario? These are the Philippine concerns: defense and security, trade and investment, science and technology, human capital development, government and development assistance, disaster risk reduction and management. These real sector needs were discussed by other presenters in terms of the following issues. Number one, how do we finance them? We talk, of course, of market-driven foreign direct investments. We talk of official development assistance. But all of those have faced issues of absorptive capacity. And this absorptive capacity was precisely in terms of our inability to move fast in what Korea hopes to be ASEAN and Philippine priority interest. With this kind of problem in mind, some presenters thought that a half-empty glass is seen as half-full glass by others. And this is strikingly presented in Professor Park Bunson's own view of the statistics of Philippine economic development. And I immediately note that the presentation of the statistics will bring to us starkly the conclusions that are common in many ODA discussions. On the Philippine end, for example, is the Philippines really resource poor? A finding of Professor Park. We know that in other fora, it is said that the Philippines is resource rich. For example, in minerals, in human resources, and even in some agricultural endowment. However, it is in the implementation of policies where we fail. For example, instead of exporting finished products in steel, we export the ores, and then it's processed in Korea and it's returned into the Philippines as specialty steel. So it is the level of manufacturing competence of the Philippines that is an issue. And the problem is, do we lack people? Do we lack technology? Do we lack management? While you may say it's all of the above, some business people note that maybe it's only one. And that's where the managerial competence of people come in. It is noted that manufacturing could be the answer, according to Professor Park. But I recall, The Economist ran a beautiful story only 2 weeks ago that said, did you know that when Korea developed, manufacturing was paying off very high? In other words, it's a high payoff industry. But when China started to industrialize and manufacture, the gross value added in China was much lower than what that was of Korea. And when Vietnam copied China, the gross value added in manufacturing of Vietnam was much lower than China. Now you're asking the Philippines to manufacture. I bet you the gross value added of manufacturing will be lower than Vietnam. What does that tell us? The Philippines is centering its own economic programs on services, not on industries. Services is more people-based, and it is the human resource element that we heard where this partnership might well be invested in. For example, we noted that many of those proposals in the socio-cultural community will really be human resource oriented. And if indeed there is any value exchange, it's the human resource competence of the Philippines that can add value to the missing link of this soft power of ASEAN and the Philippines on Korea. Moreover, it is this human resource aspect where the technology component that was missing in the Philippine economic development was seen to be especially pronounced. The Philippines is very weak in science and technology, and according to Dr. Park, we're one of the lowest invested in R&D. Not only by government, but even by corporations. And so, we ask, why do Korean firms not invest in the technology that will help the Philippines? And examples abound, like Hanjin investing in the shipbuilding industry after looking at 40 years of investment in Philippine infrastructure work. This formula for future partnership sits well with us because having so many Koreans in ASEAN means that you have studied the potential of each ASEAN country, and hence the time is now for Korea to move in the investment front on those select industries. And indeed, if we are going to spell out, are there winners in the past? Definitely, Ambassador Luis Cruz noted a number of successful investments within the Philippines. And if you recall, his citation of success stories included the following types of industries. Number one was in aviation, because the Langgindingan and Coron airports were partly, of course, done by Korean expertise in the infrastructure. Construction firms, of course, have been heavily invested in the Philippines, especially the shipyard. And now we are looking at other areas of cooperation to the Ministry of Knowledge Economy. If it did not strike you that there's such a ministry, Korea seems to be in the forefront of the new age where their ministries are different from what the ASEAN ministries are. The fact that Korea accepts there is a knowledge economy different from the industrial economy suggests it is the high technology industries of the future that Korea will be invested in. And we hear this not only in terms of green technology, but other kinds of biotechnology and other developments, not only in academia, but in industry practices as well. In the meantime, the Philippines is content with selling to Korea tropical fruits, frozen fresh chicken, and fruit drinks, while we welcome Lotte putting up perhaps hotels in the Philippines to answer our tourism needs. And as demonstrated, Korea can in fact participate in the textile garment industry by having the creative people design like the Barong Batik of Ambassador Gwen Suceso. When she demonstrated that the Indonesian batik can be crafted with Philippine Barong Husi material, I was reminded of the first success story in this regard. We hosted APEC in 1996, and our first successful conclusion of Korean-Philippine partnership was the barong worn by all of the 18 heads of state. And guess what that was? It is silk cocoons, combination of Husi and Korean craftsmanship. It is a success story because the technology of Korea and the local Philippine Husi was combined with silk. And silk cocoon became a global brand thereafter. So this is a very good example that starting with mundane things as clothing, we can go beyond the entertainment industry and seek for what might be small and medium enterprise solutions to this partnership we're looking at. Indeed, Hanjin is big time. Lotte is big time. But maybe the batik and silk cocoons, which are small time, can benefit from the advanced technology of Korea. The other successes in Capco, Samsung, I think are food for thought for us that indeed Korea has been around more than we ever thought that it would be. So those are the needs for our own partnership in the future. So where do we want to go? These are some of the statements made by our speakers. Ambassador Yukmi noted that this conference is an excellent tool for assessing the direction of future relations that might be perhaps started with a new plan of action, according to Ambassador Gwen Suceso, because the new plan of action will be signed off in Busan. With that understanding, we hope that we could go into programmatic approach. We do not want our relations to be tied down with small projects. It was suggested that instead of looking at projects, let's look at programs. It was agreed that projects are caught in red tape and hence the bureaucracy kills many projects. But if there's a program, then government agencies are able to implement them faster and hence the absorptive capacity issue is less of a problem. Moreover, we were advised indeed that the multilateralism approach and the other existing dialogue mechanisms may be strengthened by the new kinds of programs that address the AEC needs, the economic cooperation needs. And we noted that indeed there are priority sectors in ASEAN that have to be investigated by every player. Instead of looking at all industries, there are 12 priority industries. And maybe this is where the permanent ambassadors to ASEAN are taking a close look at. Where we want to go also in terms of the socio-cultural, very evident from the last two presentations, we are moving in what other countries have used in the past, which is people-to-people arrangement. People-to-people arrangement is something that former Secretary of Foreign Affairs Delia Albert, who was with us this morning, is promoting in ASEAN. And we want to note that her interest in this is widely shared by not only the founding member countries of ASEAN, but even by the last 4 that joined ASEAN. Ambassador Gwen Suceso was in fact alerting us to the fact that the 11th member of ASEAN might of course be looking at a way of bringing their own presence known to Korea. And we are not hard-pressed for recommendations because we have seen how the 4 latecomers in ASEAN were able to get their own points of view in ASEAN easily by recognizing that there are differences, but that those differences should not make them isolated from the rest of ASEAN. So with that, if we want to go as a united ASEAN assisted by a dialogue partner like Korea, we must heed the various pieces of advice we heard from the other presenters today. For example, the post-2015 agenda must focus on capitalizing the opportunities in human capital. Human capital. We have enjoyed scholarships, but we don't send our own students with our own money. I heard, well, the suggestion that why can't the Philippines send more Filipino students for science and technology education in Korea, whereas Malaysia is doing that. Should we wait for Korean scholarships? Can we not just use our own money to show that we are interested in this? Maybe when we use our own money, Korea will start matching that. Because if we don't show interest, we seem to be always looking at what can you give me before I engage in something that's good for me. With that point of view, I think it's very evident that we must start our future relations on a different mindset. And that mindset is we will be more active in soliciting programs and projects, perhaps not even thinking of using the funds that are donor-driven. But from our own interest, we know that we must put in our own money at stake. And this is where the call for counterpart government funding or counterpart corporate funding from ASEAN and the Philippines will be coming from. Why will this be important? Because we understand, of course, in diplomacy that while money is given to us by donors, we are equal partners. Even though we are poor, we have brains. That's exactly what poor countries always say. We have resources, but those human resources may be untapped because they have not been fully developed. But with the right partnership, I think, we can get into those modes of program development that will be win-win for all. Education, of course, is #1 priority. And that has been suggested in many fora, but it's run especially well today, as we heard from many presenters. The last academic type of paper presented by our Professor Lipura from Ateneo suggests that indeed we can enrich our understanding even of cultural things by the way she has studied the different attributes of cultural products that can be sold not only on the basis of what we normally see, traditional versus modern. She divided it into several other attributes that will make entrepreneurs really enjoy a paper like hers. So with this kind of very rich mindset change that we need, that we're all equal partners, though we don't have the money, we may have the ideas and the brains, then education matters the most. It is in the spirit, I think, that our delegates from Korea were invited by the Embassy of Korea, and it's in the same spirit that we'll, of course, be calling on President Dicray for the Asian Institute of Management perspective on where perhaps we could also be going next. So thank you very much for attending today's very rich exchange, and we hope you will benefit in the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the President of AIM, Dr. Stephen Gray.
Thank you, Dean Lewis. And thank you, Poch. Enjoyed the wrap-up. Since I couldn't be here, it was nice to get the synthesis from our famous Professor Makaranos. I do have some prepared remarks, but first of all, let me welcome you all to the Asian Institute of Management. Magandang hapon, for those of you who speak Filipino, or Hayan Haseo, which is a word I'm still working on, all right? Good afternoon to all of you. His Majesty Ambassador Yuk Lee, delighted to see you here. We've met several times. I think this may be the first time I've had the chance to welcome you to AIM. I believe Secretary Albert de Rosario has left us for the day, but I know he was a participant, and we're delighted that he did have some comments for you all. Her Excellency Elizabeth Buenaventura, I believe is still here. Nice to see you. Dialogue partner leaders, distinguished guests, participants of this executive talk on envisioning the future partnership between Korea and the Philippines within ASEAN. AIM has considerable connection to Korea, so it's very fitting that we are able to host such an event. We've just added one of our board members from Korea, Sunju Kim, who is running MCM Corporation, has just joined our Board of Governors. And one of our distinguished alumni, Iyundae, who was president of a famous Korean university, I've had the chance to visit with when I was in Korea last year. In closing this symposium, I would like to thank our panel of eminent speakers. The panel discussions have, according to Potch, been invaluable sources of insights on the dynamics of the Korean-Philippine relations in the context of the three pillars of ASEAN integration. We first heard on the political front how emerging threats and challenges would push the Philippine-Korea relations beyond exclusive strategic partnerships, but as active catalysts for a broader, deeper cooperation for the purpose of building region-wide security in the Asia-Pacific. This would bring about the perceived economic benefits that would lead the people of ASEAN and Korea to their desired prosperity. And while it is understandable to cast a shadow of doubt onto the upcoming economic integration, we have to understand that it is a continuous process. As Assistant Secretary Cruz has said, the year will only be a benchmark in increasing the trend to be accomplished fully beyond 2015, especially maximizing opportunities for human engagement in the region. Multicultural cooperation can enhance this process, bearing strong economical and political gains. People-to-people interactions within and beyond ASEAN are critical. In the end, while this forum is dubbed as Envisioning the Future, the Philippines and Korea must be able to translate these plans and visions into concrete actions by mobilizing our inherent talent and resources for the greater benefit of the peoples of this region and beyond. This exchange of ideas has produced great conversation and debates that have provided us with the view on the role of strong ties between South Korea and the Philippines in the ASEAN integration. We may want to recall that even before the creation of ASEAN, by the way, ASEAN is about the same age as AIM, 1 year ahead, 1967. So they're 1 year older. So when we celebrate our 50th anniversary, ASEAN will be 1 year ahead. But anyway, the Philippines and the Republic of Korea has forged a strong partnership well beyond that 50 years. In fact, it was exactly 65 years ago when the Philippines deployed the Philippine Expeditionary Force to Korea. This was during the Korean War. Among those who were deployed was former President Fidel Ramos, who, by the way, is very close to us here at AIM. He happened to be the son of the Secretary of Foreign Affairs in '67 that represented the Philippines and Thailand during the signing of the ASEAN Charter, no less than His Majesty Narcisco Ramos. Since then, the Korean-Philippine relations has transformed into a strong and dynamic partnership. And I'd like to make another anecdote here. We have, in January 5th, an incoming dean. And this incoming dean is named Chik-young Kang. And she is a Korean national, and she will be the first non-Filipino dean of the Asian Institute of Management. With the influx of Korean nationals to the country, it comes as no surprise that Filipinos had learned to embrace the Korean culture. Hence, South Korea is dubbed as one of the world's top cultural exporters. And to prove this, I'd like to ask you all a question. How many of you have the faintest idea of what the song Gangnam Style is? Raise your hand. Gangnam Style. If you're all puzzled by this, look me up on YouTube and you will see me dancing Gangnam, much to my surprise. Somebody had a sneak photograph at a conference once, and I'm out there. So if you don't know what it looks like, take a look at the YouTube. No one has been spared from the grasp of this song, which just proves how the Korean wave of dramas, songs, and performers of Hallyu has not only taken Asia, but the whole world by storm. Before becoming a global sensation, Dara Park from the K-pop group 21, or locally referred to here as Sendara, was already the darling of the Filipino people. Just like many other Koreans, Dara has grown to consider the Philippines as her second home. With the dawn of the ASEAN integration upon us, the need for stronger ties with the Republic of Korea presents itself now more than it ever has. Let us continue to work together like what we have done for these over 65 years as we walk toward the ASEAN economic integration in 2015 and beyond. On behalf of the Asian Institute of Management, I want to thank you all for partnering with us in this meaningful endeavor. In the future, we want to organize schools of management in ASEAN to collaborate with each other so dialogues with Korea and other ASEAN partners can be more efficiently organized as we face an integrated community. And according to our famous Professor Macarana's, education is key. Thank you for trailing us back to our deep-rooted past characterized by trust, faith, and love for our people. Good afternoon and mabuhay.
Thank you, Dr. Ducray. Ladies and gentlemen, that closes the formal part of our program, and we thank His Excellency Ambassador Lee Hyuk for being for sponsoring this event and being with us. We thank all the members of the staff of the Embassy of the Republic of Korea for partnering with AIM on this occasion, and we look forward, hopefully, to another round of Korea-Philippines forum in the next year or two. Ladies and gentlemen, this closes the event for today. There are snacks in the back, but the Embassy of Korea would like to invite you to stay on. They have some film documentaries that they will be showing, 30-40 minutes of film documentaries. So again, this closes the formal part of the program, but we will invite you for the viewing of some film documentaries. Thank you and good afternoon.